Good morning. I can't believe it. There's nobody at the food station right now. You all came before I did. So this is fantastic. We're so excited to see all of you here. And welcome. Happy New Year. My name is Susan Tai. I'm the Elizabeth Atkins Curator of Asian Art at this museum. And again, welcome. And on behalf of the museum and also our new director, Amada Cruz. And this exciting day is planned in conjunction with the exhibition upstairs. I'm sure all of you have seen. And the exhibition's Flowers on the River, or on a River, the art of bird and flower, or flower and bird, paintings, and that encompasses 500 years of Chinese painting history, and a selected 17 paintings are on view, which is a reduced version that was organized by the China Institute in New York and traveled here as the only other venue. And of course, we're the only museum who's spread out Bada Shanren's 42-foot hand scroll and for our viewing pleasures. And this is the last week of the exhibition. And this is the final, sort of like a finale event for us. And we're so honored and grateful for 7 art historians to come together to present this exciting day and to give us further, or enlighten us further on the subject of flower bird in nature, which of course doesn't just encompass flowers and birds, also the creatures and also the plants and to some degree small animals and basically the details of nature that delight our senses and touch our hearts. And we're so blessed to be in Santa Barbara, to be so close to that part of the nature here. And one of the 7 speakers is, in many ways, the one we're honoring as well with the exhibition, with today's program. And because he is the teacher of us all, to us all, and not just to his students who will be presenting the papers, but also for 1 or 2 generations of art historians. We're benefited from his publications, and that's Dr. Richard Barnhart here. And I will wait for his student to introduce him a little bit more, and so that I can, who will be both Peter Sturman and Hui-shu Li, who are 2 speakers today that we can claim to be our own in Santa Barbara. Peter Sturman is the professor of art history at UCSB, and Hui-shu Li is the professor of art history at UCLA. This is a husband and wife team who's been very closely related to our museum as, as people that I can run to and find details of information about the current studies in art history, particularly in Chinese paintings, and also talk about histories of art in various aspects. And many of you know them because they have lectured here, and recently, just a few months ago, at the beginning of the exhibition. And both of them will serve as the masters of ceremony for today's talks. And this, of course, then I must thank our sponsors for the exhibition as well as today's talks. The sponsors for the exhibitions are written on several places, And we thank you for bringing this exhibition to Santa Barbara. And then for today's presentation, we're indebted to the museum's Friends of Asian Art and also Capital Group Incorporated for providing the fundings. Now, oh, thank you. Yes. And let's see. Peter Sturman, who's the professor at UCSB, will introduce the speakers in the morning, and I believe Hui-shu Li will be introducing the speakers in the afternoon. And I'm considering this as their introductions, or introductions of them when it's time for their speaking time. And our security specially told me one thing, that is, the gallery will be open at 11 o'clock. And at that time, those of you who carry bags or backpacks, you must check them into the lockers. And let's see, you have the program in your hands. You will see there will be several breaks in there. And I think Peter, when he comes up to the stage, will also remind you again that should you have questions after hearing each talk, if you can hold it until an appropriate time to ask them, because we are very tight with our time. So with that, without further delay, Peter Sturman, this is your stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's fabulous to see so many people crowded into a little dark room in Santa Barbara on a bright, sunny day. Of course, we have bright, sunny days here so often. This is a rarity, right? Okay. Thank you, Susan, and thank you for bringing the exhibition here. I'm not going to take a lot of time here to make introductions, but it's really a special honor to bring Professor Barnhart down from his island in the northwestern corner of the United States. He lives with his wife, Catherine, up in the San Juan Islands. And I'm not going to expose your actual age, Dick, but let me just say that he's been retired for over 20 years, right? Over 20 years, and yet he just keeps on working, And I mean, that's such an inspiration to all of us. And that inspiration began with me, and many of his students are here today, and I'm sure we all can share the similar stories of how we were inspired in looking at art by Richard Barnhart. He looks at art with such empathy and intelligence, and it was just such a great honor to work with him for the number of years that I did at Yale University, and then afterwards, over the years, always checking in with him and sending things that I wrote and getting his feedback. Anyway, his accomplishments are quite extraordinary. I mean, a lot of that has to do with longevity, but but even not counting those, the fact that he's just been around for a long time. He's, back in the 1980s, he was the main figure behind an exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum in New York called the Peach Blossom Spring. And that was really, I think, the first, I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the most important, certainly, kind of groundbreaking exhibitions on the subject of flower and bird painting, including gardens. And it was such an important exhibition, such a beautifully written catalog. It had a really seminal effect on the field. So when this exhibition came to Santa Barbara, Hui-shu and I both immediately thought of Dick. I was very pleasantly surprised that he accepted our invitation. I'm sure a lot of that had to do with this painting that's up here, the Bada Shanren scroll, because among other things that Dick has worked on over the years was the single most important exhibition of the paintings of Bada Shanren, paintings and calligraphy, which he did with the world-renowned expert at the time, a gentleman by the name of Fred Wang, or Wang Fangyu. And that exhibition did not include this painting from Tianjin, but I was still a graduate student at the time, and it was very clear, and Hui-shu in particular did a lot of work on Bada Shanren, I know, and this painting in the Tianjin Museum was always kind of targeted as one of the great works. So for this painting to be able to come here this year, to New York first, of course, and then to Santa Barbara, is such a pleasure and such a great honor. And anyway, those are just a couple of the things. Dick has worked on many other things over the years. In fact, one of the great things about Richard Barnhart is his curiosity. He seems to know no end, and works on landscape painting of the Sung Dynasty. He's done works on contemporary painting, modern painting. I even think you did something on Qin Shi Huangdi and the Terracotta Army at one point, didn't you? Yeah. So that's the mark of a true scholar. So let me introduce Dick now. Richard Barnhart, please take the stage. His topic has changed a little bit. It's now titled Ducks and Herons in a Lotus Pond, Notes on the Peeling Tradition. Okay, please welcome Richard Barnhart.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that very generous introduction. I feel very old at the moment, and I haven't given a public lecture in many, many years, so pardon my clumsiness as we proceed. I do want to thank Peter and Hui-shu and Susan Tai for everything that they've done in connection both with this exhibition and with this day of lectures, which I look forward to myself once I'm finished with my contribution. Let me see if I could get this thing to work as they say it will work. Yes, thank you. Okay. I want to start with, pardon my old age, throat. I want to start with some personal reminiscences, beginning with the trip that my wife and a bunch of our children and their spouses all together took to Japan in November, just a couple of months ago. The first time I had flown since 2019. And I didn't miss it, by the way. It was a wonderful trip. We went to see this exhibition at the Nezu Museum, the poster for which you see on the right. It was an exhibition of astonishing beauty and care and selection, just a wonderful catalog as well. In that exhibition was the painting on the right, a painting almost the size of the image on the screen, painted on silk, an absolutely stunning image of tall pines against a flat, level plain, peering into the deepest distance. It's an image of space, of distance and immensity, painted in the 11th century, if you can believe that people were doing that at the time. It is hard to understand, for me, still, how they could do something like that at that time. I hadn't seen that painting, the original, since 1989. When it was shown also at the Yamada Bunkakan in Nara, Japan, and I spent a couple of days there studying this and the other paintings in that exhibition, together with the Chinese painter Chu Ge. We had a wonderful time, especially studying this painting, attributed to the legendary father of Chinese landscape painting, Li Cheng. Also in the exhibition at Nezu, were the pair of paintings here on the right by the 12th century painter Li Tong. Paintings I had first written about in 1972, an article published in the Burlington magazine. One of my first engagements with this ongoing controversy about Li Tong, which has continued ever since. But seeing these paintings again for the first time in 40 years or more, I can't even recall the last time I saw the originals. It's not easy to see them. I was struck by the absolute confidence and brilliance of the execution, the work of an undoubted master of landscape painting who created this two-season panorama of shifting views and pathways through the entire landscape, especially considering that he is best known for the painting on the left. We painted in 1124 for the Northern Song court, an emperor, Huizong, an utterly different painting, every inch of the surface of which is filled with ink and definition and brush lines and drawing of every imaginable kind. And a painting called The Wind in the Pines of 10,000 Valleys, if you can kind of imagine that reverberation that he's trying to create somehow pictorially through that dense image. So the density of that painting compared to this open, spacious beauty of the painting on the right, the paintings on the right, have puzzled scholars ever since they first became known. And generally, feelings have been that the painting on the right, which has in fact a signature of Li Tong hanging from the top of that topmost branch of that pine tree, that these two paintings and that painting could have been done by the same painter. I found myself, as I had in the case of the Li Cheng, realizing that seeing the original painting is the only way really ever to understand fully what these paintings are historically. We cannot rely solely on these screens that we spend all our time looking at Chinese paintings on. So please do enjoy the exhibition while it's here. It's a lovely exhibition of a number of beautiful masterpieces, as well as a great selection of later Chinese bird and flower painting. I could only believe, looking at these paintings again, that only someone as distinguished as Li Tong could have painted them. So we have to somehow deal with this disparity and try to come to understand it. And I think that's where we are today in our field. The 70s were a very important decade in my life because in 1976 I went from Yale to Princeton, thinking I might remain there for the remainder of my career. As it happened, I didn't. I went back to Yale 5 years later. But during those 4 or 5 years in Princeton, I made the most astonishing kinds of discoveries about Chinese painting I'd ever made in my life, because I had access to the storeroom at Princeton University art gallery, and as a full professor at Princeton, I had a key to the storage, so I could just go in there and take whatever I wanted. There were no controls whatsoever. So almost immediately, with every free hour, I began going into the storage room, unrolling all these magnificent paintings of every possible kind. Paintings of a kind I never studied before or paid attention to because they weren't generally taught much about at the time. I mean, I'm talking about paintings like the painting on the left of two women dressed in furs, huddled in a snowy landscape, studying a painting of bamboo. It's a totally beautiful image of a kind that the painting had never been seen before, as far as I know. And now it's on the cover of a book about Song painting, which is a kind of irony. Or on the right, this gorgeous, again, very tall, about that size, very roughly, by Wang He, the great court painter, signed and sealed and documented. Painting, again, I don't think anybody ever looked at. I mean, or if they hadn't just thought it worthy of publishing. But if you know the history, you know that these became an important part of the exhibition I did later of painters of the Great Ming, the Court Academy and the Zhe School. So I was so excited by what I was finding there in the storeroom, things I'd never seen before mostly. I decided to do an exhibition at the Princeton Museum, which I did. I think in 1977 or 78. I no longer have, like so much of my life, I no longer have any record of the whole experience, except in my mind. But I decided to do an exhibition of Chinese bird and flower painting, which turned out to be a predecessor of the Metropolitan Museum later on, with Peach Blossom Spring, although I didn't know that, of course, at the time. So I just had fun picking all the lovely paintings I wanted to hang on the walls or show in cases, beginning with the Chenchuan sparrow on an apple branch, a painting that had been very controversial at that time for many years and was still kind of unsettled stature. But it remains, even now today, to me, one of the most beautiful, intimately realistic paintings of a small bird on a branch I've ever seen in my life. Just a pure masterpiece, whether or not one believes the seals of Shenzhen, which I do, by the way. I also put in paintings by Bada Shanren, notably the famous Princeton album, which you see a leaf of on the left. Sorry, that wasn't meant to go there. Yeah, thank you. Which depicts two grasshoppers crawling over the leaves of a giant lotus leaf, and has a poem, a very typical Bada Shanren poem, which begins by describing these huge leaves like buildings or small boats that he sees. And then he concludes by saying, a concubine's heart is like a leaf, a flower like a leaf. Unless it directly upstream to the Milky Way, it will not flow. In other words, women are very hard to please. I think that's Hui-shu's translation, if I'm not mistaken. And then so this is a man who's been a monk for many, many years and knew no women at all. Suddenly he's discovering women, and he depicts two grasshoppers crawling over the leaves of a lotus plant with that enigmatic but very meaningful note. And if you start looking at the grasshoppers, you begin to see the nuances of this man's mind, which really still go beyond our understanding, as far as I'm concerned. But there's nobody like him. Also in the exhibition, I'm happy to say, because it has recently been a subject of another study of paintings at Princeton. There was this painting on the right of an egret in a pond of lotus blossoms and leaves. The painting on the left I did not include because I hadn't seen it yet, but it's another example of the paintings I want to talk here about. It is unfortunately borne the disaster of being framed, also badly stained and never restored, and is disfigured by the inscriptions above and beside it by Duan Feng, sometime in the early 20th century, claiming it is a 10th century masterpiece, which of course it is not. I'm going to return to this painting later and talk about it a bit more. The painting on the right is also disfigured badly by the inscription, which is mounted above it, because the paintings I'm talking about in the peeling tradition don't ask to be written on. They are paintings that want to exist as images and not a page for writing. I'm not getting any response from the... Could I get the next slide, please? Oh, yeah. Should be working out? Oh, okay, thank you. The peeling tradition is what I want to turn to now, because these two paintings both start me off on that path, because I believe now, I didn't know anything about it at the time, but I believe now that these are also beautiful representatives of the peeling tradition of especially of herons, ducks, and lotuses in blossom, as you see. That tradition, as we know it best, begins with the spare paintings in the Chionin collection, the temple collection in Japan, of the same subject, and so it gave me my title and my basic working structure here. It's, as you see, herons and ducks, both. Ducks here, herons there, in a pond of lotuses with huge flowers and massive leaves growing up all around. That becomes the basis of the tradition that I want to further discuss here today. There's another beautiful pair, almost identical in my eyes, in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, which you see now, with one of them shown in detail on the right. You'll see enough of these paintings now very quickly for me not to have to describe them in great detail. But I just want to emphasize how beautiful they are to look at, how much they reverberate with what we know of lotuses and of ducks and of herons and egrets and other water creatures of the kind you're going to see here. Here's another pair in the St. Louis Art Museum. Both of these sets in the Metropolitan Museum and the St. Louis Art Museum, by the way, were acquired from Leighton Longy, the New York dealer, who bought almost all of his objects in Japan. And I assume these came from Japanese collections before their arrival in the United States. Here is another beautiful pair in the Tokyo National Museum. Excuse me. Ducks on the right, herons on the left. Herons, by the way, an unusual image in Chinese art. They occupy a realm somewhere between the earthly and the other realms of existence, the more spiritual realms. They're somehow an emissary between our world and other worlds, which makes them a particularly poignant figure in Chinese painting, in my eyes at least. This pair of paintings bears a wonderful signature, as you see in the detail, and a pair of seals that are also very impressive, a hexagram from the Book of Changes and the name of a Tong painter, unfortunately. So they are not at all genuine, but they're very handsome and worth noting for their own sake. Also, here in the Yale University Art Gallery is another pair of these gorgeous paintings. This one given to the museum in 1940 and never exhibited because they don't have rollers. They're not mounted. They can't be shown yet. And the museum has still not found enough money to do anything about that. That's the fate of so many paintings with appealing tradition. They somehow escape attention and have escaped attention for such a very long time. It's hard to believe because they are simply beautiful paintings of these subjects. Let me show you some others. There are also paintings of the same type done strictly in ink and ink wash as the two on the left, one in the Tokyo National Museum, one in a private collection in Japan, and many, many dozens of individual scrolls. I presume originally parts of sets, although of course we can't be sure. But they are, as you see, the identical in composition to the kinds of paired landscapes that we're looking at. This in the British Museum on the right, the next one in the Walters Art Museum, and the others in Japan. I haven't taken the time to show you much in the way of details since I'm talking about this broad tradition, but I do want to show you these just as examples. Left is a detail of the Metropolitan Museum's pair of paintings. A very restrained, delicate, severe, almost irreverent treatment of the plant and the flower. The one on the right, more like a dancer swaying in the wind. They're all quite different in a way I can't show you in great detail, but want to emphasize as we proceed. And notice the attention given to the texture of the leaves and to the curvature of the three-dimensional curvature of the leaves. They're turning from exterior to interior of these broad leaves and so on. Great attention given to things that Chinese painters often later on don't give such attention to. And color is used in a way that is truly brilliant and breathtaking sometimes. I mean, painting is applied from the rear of the silk to emphasize the painting that's applied to the top of the silk, giving it rich, full kind of resonance that is unique, in my opinion, to these paintings of the feeling tradition. Let me return briefly to the Princeton paintings, which I now take the liberty of showing without the texts that disfigure them so badly. You can see how severely the Princeton, the first painting on the right, was damaged by time. Much staining and loss of pigment and surface up at the top. So I assume somebody, maybe the man who wrote the calligraphy, I've not shown you here, saved the bottom half of the painting, in my opinion, as I'll show you. Unfortunately, adding his inscription. The Duanfang painting is shown also again without his inscriptions, and I just show them as examples of this wonderful tradition and how it began, in my opinion. To show you the Princeton painting on the far left, beside examples from the Tokyo National Museum and the Metropolitan Museum on the right, just to show you how consistently harmonious this group of paintings is. Again, the beautiful egret and lotus shown beside a similar painting in the British Museum in the middle, which I'm suggesting is probably what the Princeton painting originally looked like before the top part of it was damaged. The poem by Li Bai, on the left there, is very simple and beautiful. If I can translate it simply, a white egret drops to autumn waters, flying alone like falling frost. His heart at peace does not leave, standing along beside a sandy bank. Perfectly beautiful, simple description of both of these paintings and so many of these paintings, all of which seem to me to be attempts to describe how things actually looked. This tradition, so brilliant for several centuries, survives into the 17th century in the Qing dynasty in the forms basically of the tradition of Yun-chen on the left and his associates and predecessors and followers. Especially beautiful, this painting on the right by Tang Yuzhao, which is in the exhibition. I urge you to see it and study it. It's the one accessible example of the Peeling tradition that we have here, and is a beautiful example of everything I've been talking about. But of course, transformed now into a scholarly platform for the writing of inscriptions, invoking historical precedent, and quoting poems from famous people. But it's basically the same tradition, as I think you can see. The same tradition does undoubtedly have an impact in various ways we can't quite specifically trace on all the great bird and flower painters of the 17th century. Shanhong Shou, here on the right, who called himself Old Lotus, and who paints in a very different way, but nonetheless is perfectly conscious of the duck and heron tradition of lotus painting, of the Peeling tradition. Bada himself there in the middle, with his typically strange, self-conscious kingfisher staring up at the blooming lotuses, and that beautiful lotus that emerges at the top. And of course, Shu-wei, who was the great inspiration for Bada, and whose painting, by the way, in the exhibition is very rewarding. Please do attend to that if you have the time. There is, of course, still more to be said about the Peeling tradition. And I'm worried about how to connect it all up, because here is a pair of paintings that are called Peeling paintings. They have no inscriptions or seals on them, so they're anonymous. But they're quite different than the lotus paintings I've been showing you. They're quite centralized. Usually they consist of grasses and flowers and many kinds of insects floating around the blossoms. Another pair in the Tokyo National Museum, this pair, has two seals along the right edge of the rightmost painting, identifying the painter as Liu Jingfu, a man named where am I here? The painter Liu Jingfu, about whom very little other evidence exists. These paintings documenting his work and his life. He was known as a master of this subject of caochong, grasses and insects, which basically is what these paintings depict in their very formalized, stylized way. They're very handsome But looking at a bunch of them together, you see how consistently they share these elements. For example, the poppies and all of them arrayed in a very similar kind of manner around these central stalks. Very striking compositional conventions of the corner plants in both cases. The placement of the butterflies and so on, the use of these branches coming in from the top. Very, very beautiful design, very, very compelling images, in my opinion. Roderick Whitfield, in 1993, published a book called Fascination of Nature, in which he introduced us to this painting in the British Museum there on the top, dated 1321 and painted by a man named Shou-chih, about whom, again, we don't know anything, or virtually nothing, but he's signed and sealed and documented the painting to that year, 1321. And who Roderick argues very convincingly was associated with the painter of the Nezu Museum, which I show you in the bottom left corner. Where am I here? Also by the painter Liu Jingfu. I just showed you the works in Tokyo. But this now very different painting on paper with an inscription, actually the first inscription on any of these paintings I think that we've seen. Roderick defined very clearly, I think, this particular branch of the peeling tradition and noted that other examples certainly abounded around the world. I show you one such in the Metropolitan Museum here in the bottom corner. Acquired in 1912, 13, from John C. Ferguson, of all people, a painting called Autumn Splendor, and a beautiful example, I think, of one of the many paintings of this type that we could bring together now if we were trying to further define this tradition of Liu Jingfu. Here's one I just realized a few days ago in the Tokyo National Museum, attributed to various 10th century painters from Zhao Chang to Xu Chongsi, which I think pretty clearly, evidently, if you've been following me, is another example of this same peeling tradition, especially the one featuring the brilliant red flower and in the middle and the butterflies drifting around as if absorbing the fragrance of the entire setting. Of course, the one famous painter of the peeling tradition, and one of my favorite painters of all time, is Sun Lung, who served at the early Ming court in the 15th century, early 15th century, and whose paintings do survive in great numbers. He was a painter who painted only in color. I mean, primarily, famously in color, at least using color in a way that is very modern and very non-traditional in Chinese terms, of grasses and flowers again, and ducks and herons and so on, the same a body of animals that I've been talking about. How am I doing for time here? Okay. Except for Sun Lung, all peeling paintings, known to me, all of them, everyone has left China. They're scattered around the world. But I don't know of any left in China, maybe a few, of course, hidden somewhere or other. I know there are a few hidden under other names, like Zhao Chang, for example. But otherwise, they've all gone elsewhere. I could show you 3 screens, I think, like this, of the paintings that I'm talking about. They've also, I'm ashamed to say, been totally left out of my own teaching for, 50 years and writing. I've never mentioned any of these paintings in any lecture as far as I know, or class that I've taught. I'm ashamed to say that, but I'm making amends here today. And it's not coincidental that also all the paintings of the great Buddhist or Zen painter Hu-shu have also all left China, or virtually have all left China, and are scattered around the world. I think it's very safe to say that by 1950, in any case after over a century of foreign incursions and plunder and civil war and revolution, most of the contents of most Buddhist temples had been lost to plunder, theft, and whatever, and destruction. That these remain at all, I suppose we should be thankful for, as indeed I am. It's a wonderful tradition. But I think it's safe to say that virtually everything in the environment of traditional Buddhist temples and monasteries was destroyed in China, virtually. Of course, there are notable exceptions. The possessions themselves were lost and have gone elsewhere. I do want to end, having promised a few words about Bada Shanren on this final comparison of Bada Shanren on the right and Mu-chi, the great Zen painter, on the left. There's no doubt that Bada, like so many other painters in the Buddhist tradition, were influenced by Mu-chi. It's another great story remaining to be told, in my opinion, and needing to be told. But this idea of a small bird perched on the top of a lotus pod, stretching up into the space of what, we don't know. It's so striking and beautiful that I will end there. And thank you very much.
Things that gratify the heart, Zhang's Lakeshore Gardens in Time and Space. Hui-shu, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's very touched to see so many friends, colleagues, students all here on a Saturday. I'm not particular with myself because I just got back from Europe after some months of here and there. So today my talk might be a little bit fragmented. And it's also kind of engaged in 3 small projects I was asked to do recently, kind of back to song, to garden. So first of all, I would like to say thanks to the museum, thanks to Susan, and thanks Peter's introduction. But most of all, I would like to, express my gratitude to my mentor, Professor Barnhart. And just like today, his keynote brought me back immediately to the classroom when I was in Yale. It's always so inspiring, kind of keep broaden my horizon, how to look at art. And I learned, I think mostly from Professor Barnhart, it's not just looking at art with your eye, it's giving your heart. And that you can bring it into a really a deeper level of a real conversation with the artist who created the artwork. So today is one case. I was asked to revisit a few early paintings recently, and this one actually I wrote for Cleveland Museum's Jiangnan show. So to my own amazement, when I revisit the painting, I found a lot I have kind of missed. So first of all, I know Susan very concerned. There's a burden for our painting. So why am I talking about garden? So originally I suggested let's use Peach Blossom Spring. And then gradually we came up to contemplating nature. But actually they are all in all. So 30-some years ago, Professor Barnhart wrote this research catalog for the Met exhibition, had been mentioned, titled Peach Blossom Spring. So I remember very vividly, I just started a PhD program in New Haven. And I thought, wow, this is very creative, because bird and flower painting is very easy to be overlooked. I think these just things are pretty and decorative, right? So not taken seriously. So when I learned that you can actually place the bird and flower within such a context, the idea of Chinese utopian and manifested through garden. So this first I would like to justify my topic is very much related to a burden from painting. So things that gratify the heart. Zhang, the hero today, the center in my talk, and he's a Lakeshore garden in time and space. So I'm going to revisit. Excuse me. Oh, this is the center of the painting I'm going to talk about. So not just a garden. Actually, Zhang was well known as not just garden aficionado, but also his writing on flowers, a particular plum blossom, in a very unique, particular way. Like this one I show you, so-called 26 fitting moment of a plum blossom. And of course, he also known for his garden as a courtier, a poet, recluse. So it's all interconnected, I assure you. So let's explore continually. I teach a course on garden for many years. And the one quintessential way of thinking about garden is how garden is a full embodiment of Chinese art. So when you look into this notion of the fluent interplay, so-called micro and macrocosm, right? So you can read nature in flora and fauna, something very small. So seeing the whole, large universe in a potted or a container scenery, right? So like William Blake has the same, thinking, right? To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in wildflowers. So all interconnected. And this notion of peach blossom spring become the Chinese idea of a utopian for one to entrust oneself, particularly for Chinese literary culture. And can go back to the 4th century. I will bring another paradigm in a minute. But the most well-known is in the 5th century through the poet Tao Yuanming. And he was also known for his writing on drinking poem or the poem related to garden. By choice, he gave up minor position and to retreat, live a simple life, to become, a garden recluse. So other than the many, the poem, like the one, I built a cottage right in the realm of man, yet there are no noise from wagon or horse. Shou, how can that be so? When mine is far, its place become remote, so on and so forth. But he also known for his essay, titled, Peach Blossom Spring. So he kind of created a fable how a fisherman got lost by a peach blossom lined stream, and to the end, the source of the river. Then he found the grotto. By passing the grotto, he found there's a whole peach blossom spring. So ever since, this is the idea of a Chinese seeking for utopian. Many of the later art, or even Bada Shanren actually, wrote is it Xi Yuan-chi, to read it later when I'm going to bring it up. So this is a 16th century kind of depiction of this idea. So it goes on and on. Garden has been as a self-expression, other than one's sanctuary, right? So in the 11th century, we found the great statesman, historian, Sima Guang. When the politics did not allow him to continue to serve, he retreated and back to Luoyang, eastern capital, and built his solitary garden. And he composed poems and also composed a record to convey his idea, what his solitary garden about. It's something very small, but most importantly, there he found his, to indulge himself in the history writing. So the 7 scenes he created, each one kind of allude to a historical paradigm. And sure enough, the last one actually also, Tao Yuanming, the one who created Peach Blossom Spring. So these are the Chinese, the history is kind of become a pattern, keep, going back to the past and present, interwoven together. In the main focus today involved artist Ma Yuan, who acted around 1190 to 1225. So who was Ma Yuan and who was Zhang? So first of all, I would like to give you a kind of brief idea. The Ma Yuan is one of the most favored court painters, served these two royal couple, Empress Yang and Emperor Ningzong. Empress Yang, I have written a whole book about her. And these are all the art that created by Ma Yuan. Each one, you can read a lot into it, and particularly how they are, being able to convey, I call the agent or the agency, the imperial agency behind it. So Ma Yuan, I found it extremely talented, and of course, how exactly they communicate, we don't know. But he was able to, bring out the really intent of this, his royal patron. So all subject matter, because he came from 5 generations of professional painter, and many generations served at the imperial court. So particularly, heydays is in the turn of the 13th century, with himself and later his son, Ma Lin. So I recently worked on this painting, again, relook at it, called Attending the Banquet by Lantern Light. Extremely exquisite painting on silk with supposedly Emperor Ningzong's poetic inscription on the top, but it turned out to be a ghost written by Empress Yang. And Ma Yuan, the extremely capable in landscape, architectural painting, and then figure painting. So in the study of the Song painting, again, this was coming from Professor Barnhart, so-called the eye of the landscape. Through discerning the figure in the landscape, sometimes often the placement or the delivering of the figures is kind of become the surrogate of the artist or the agency behind it. So here you see some very kind of insect minute figure in the center of this whole, the pictorial composition. So I have studied them and found out this is a depiction of Empress Yang, or Empress Yang is behind the making of all this to glorify her own family. And happened that she has one elder brother and 2 nephews, and this is with their spouse. In my recent study, also found out in time and space, this is the site actually can further determine. It's in the rear garden, behind rear garden, because it's surrounded again by plum blossom. So with a plum blossom pavilion, where the moon cliff to view the moon and also the plum blossom. It's right in the back of the imperial precinct. And also, put it in the overall context. We're able also to determine the dates. It's probably at the Lantern Festival in 1211. So this is, I'm just quickly flash it, because this painting actually has a almost perfect parallel to the painting I was going to talk about. So at the Heidelberg 2 months ago, I just delivered a talk titled Agency of Art and Gender Expression. And I contrast this painting and the painting that I'm going to bring out today. So this is the painting, composing the poetry by in the spring outing, a tribute to Ma Yuan. And there are many, scholarship on this painting. So before we get to the painting, other than Ma Yuan, I would like to talk briefly about who was Zhang and their relationship. So Zhang was well born, and inherited princely wealth from his great-grandfather, who was one of the kind of founding general of the Southern Song dynasty. And he served, but he mostly, kind of positioned himself as a recluse, as a poet, and also, as a garden artist, devoted himself to building garden. And so there's one passage of him, he has a rhetoric about the pursuit of so-called true poetry, 真诗, and the pursuit of 真画, true painting. So he relates himself to, the artist, how you create a true poetry and true painting. So you can see how he and Ma Yuan kind of interconnect in the fact that he's writing on the so-called related to appreciation of plum blossom. In among the 58 items, there's 26 about so-called the fitting moment, and now there are still 2 extant alban leaves. One in National Paris Museum, the 6 leaves, and the other one is in Lin Baili's collection, also in Taipei. So only 16 survive, and there's some overlap. But supposedly Chen Jiru was the last one who has seen 26 altogether. So to work so closely, of a patron and painter, not only demonstrated by this 26 fitting moment of plum blossom, but the painting that I'm going to bring up in minutes. So the relevant to Zhang Zhi and his biography, that relevant to this painting, is his garden estate. So he wrote extensively. He mentioned that from 1187 to 1200, he has completed 6 garden estates, and expanding them, refurbishing, and plus he inherited a garden was bestowed by the Emperor Gaozong called the Pearl Spring Garden. So in other words, he altogether owns 7 garden estates, and he has often been listed. And there are 300 some structures, dispersed among these 6 garden estates. And among the 6 that he created, particularly 2, one's called the North Garden, Beiyuan, and the other one called South Lake Garden, Nanhuyuan. And all the structure and the scenes in this garden all been listed. So for your attention, the North Garden, we'll mention that, bring it again, including a place called Cassia Retreat, Guiyin, so it's supposed by cassia tree. In Hangzhou, the cassia is particularly so heavenly, it sends out the scent. And also, one site surrounded by more than 400 plum blossom trees, they call Yu Zhao Tang, Jade Radiance Hall. So these are the scenes in North Garden. So I will further bring you to locate them, in the imperial city Hangzhou of the Southern Song dynasty. And in 1201, he composed, an essay about, the things gratify the heart and pleasurable events. So he listed the coming together of 4 seasons, what he does in the 4 seasons, including the first month is to appreciating plum blossom in the Jade Radiance Hall, and go seeking for unusual plum among the lake and the mountain. There's a lake mountain around the West Lake everywhere, or to go observe the newly sprouted willow. Second month will be boating on his southern lake. And the third month will, conduct a ritual modeled after the prince of Chinese calligraphy, Wang Xizhi, sitting along the stream and floating the cup, composing poetry, so on and so forth. And in 1202, he published his poetry collection called 约斋贵隐百客. And in this preface, he also mentioned the garden. So this all relevant to eventually how I dated this painting, Composing Potion as Spring Outing. So among the 26 fitting moments, this is all in Chinese I listed, in the Palace Museum collection, the sixth one, is actually a miniature one, and probably created by a workshop based on Ma Yuan's original in Lei Song, including in the moment, like with a slightly chill, or has a light mist, or has a fine moon, with a rosy sunset, light snow, and with the real birds. This one has birds, a bird and a flower painting. Right? So now let's look at this main painting, Composing Potion on the Spring Outing. As I mentioned, many scholars have written discussing about this painting. The painting is hand-scrolled, right, entering from the right and gradually traveling into the painting to the left. And very clearly, it's a three-part composition. The first part, you can see, it's denotes, the location of this garden estate. Is somewhere it can be reached by both land and also by boat, right? So you see the mule coming in, by a dirt road, and there's also boat, right? Just departing up to drop up to the passenger. And the passenger carrying, stuff about entering into this garden estate. So the three part also pictorially very kind of all integrate together, but were kind of very skillfully, constructed, because they were kind of divided by all these natural elements, right? The rocky cliff or the bamboo grove between the first and the second, and the central part with a base of an architecture structure, a bridge, and the gentleman with his attendant about to cross an arched bridge, and then we'll reach the last part. It's framed by 4 pine trees, and there's a scene of, it looked like the most bustling scene with a lot of activity going on, right? It's a gathering. So thus far, all the scholarship has focused on the last scene. Because as you can see, there's a lot you can read into it, right? There's a gentleman is a focus about the central focus was wielding the brush and then writing some calligraphy, and surrounded by the friend and guest, secular or religious figure, like a monk, right? And some family member, including children and the ladies. And then continue to the very end, you can see a few more gentlemen kind of sporting around in the natural landscape. So what I would like to call your attention is that it's not only is a lakeshore estate. Inside the estate, they also further suggested there's a stream running through, right? So there's a bridge there. From the 8th Dynasty of Chinese painting, I think the 80s, Mark Wilson was the first one. Before that, of course, Chinese scholar also has certain observation. And for me, it's more kind of groundbreaking view of this garden associated with Zhang, the courtier, or the garden aficionado. And he's particularly, the site in his northern garden called the Acacia Retreat. And the reason was he utilized a passage, how Zhang Zhi, kind of very paradoxically, often like to pose himself as somebody, a recluse, live a simple life, but actually with his princely wealth, right? So he often actually, shower his guests with a very luxurious party. So based on that passage, and he associated this with Acacia Retreat. But Acacia Retreat is one scene among Zhang Zhi's 6 gardens, as I just listed to you. So, but I thought this is a very kind of more groundbreaking view associated with a contemporary site, a real site, site-specific, and a specific, figure. Then, as a long tradition among Chinese scholars like Yang-chen or the Japanese scholar Suzuki Kei, or the Todai professor Itakura Masaki. The Masaki probably have written 3 times, try to kind of rebut Mike Wilson or the title of this painting, Composing Poetry on a Spring Outing, is actually on the outer label. And he insists this is a painting, the theme should be the Wang Shen's gathering at the Western Garden called Xi and Yaji. Again, there's many scholars have worked on this theme and basically all agree this theme was imagined or being created. Probably in early Ming to Ming time, right? Because these 16 figures in this gathering, they are not possibly, have a moment at the gathering and present at the same time. All right, so this is the second opinion. And then Richard Edwards, when he wrote about the heart of Ma Yuan, and he reiterates, maybe, while gathering of the Western Garden, but he say, it's also very prominent that you see the theme of the Prince of Chinese calligraphy, Wang Xizhi, and his famous, the Orchid Pavilion gathering took place in 353, okay? So all these 3 opinions, and I will further analyze in a minute, but it's all focused on the last scene. But we know, the temporality and the structure of reading a hand scroll. Usually the most critical part is, about to reach the central part of the scroll, right? Or the central part of the scroll. And of course, the ending part usually, is also significant. We can hint of something. But interestingly, the scholarship thus far, nobody pay any attention to the central part. And in Itakura's reading, he read this gentleman in the middle across the bridge is part of the gathering. And he read us, the Shou-chih with the Shudongpo hat. And the other with the Shudongpo hat in the gathering was supposed to Shou-chi's younger brother, Shou-chih. And the one wielding the brush, he assumed that's Mi Fu. But according to this record attributed to Mi Fu is one in this gathering. He was wielding the brush, but inscribing on the rock, right? He was maniac on rock, and so on and so forth. And his other base of this, related, because this gathering supposed to be the record composed by Mi Fu. These are all the Northern Song literary circle surrounding, the great poet Shu Dongpo. And the record was depicted by Li Gonglin, right? And Li Gonglin has many paintings attributed to him depicting Tao Yuanming, the most critical paradigm of Chinese garden, about peach blossom spring. So in Li Gonglin's some extant painting, you see figure like this. It's a depiction of Li Gonglin, right? So on and so forth, he built on. So he insists on this the gathering of the Western Garden. But he did engage this figure, but he read it as a part of the gathering. And this is supposed to be Shou-chih, the late 11th century. In this, legendary gathering, actually never took place. So I would like to emphasize, I think the reading the scroll, this part, the central part, is definitely significant. So I would like to get a closer reading and then find some of the new answers. And before we do that, this gathering in Wang Shen, and Wang Shen is an imperial son-in-law, a courtier, also very important the artist. Professor Barnhart has written an essay on Wang Shen and the exile, culture, how when the exile they express their, deeper innermost feeling. So many of these kind of paintings attribute to Li Gonglin or the Song or the Southern Song Liu Chonglian on this subject. So this subject, as I mentioned, there are altogether 16, the Northern Song kind of literary cultural, luminaries surrounding the great poet Shou-chih. and Mi Fu and Aligonian played critical role. But this is all being fabricated, in a later time. So all the 16 figures being depicted in the garden setting, and most critical is usually this section with all the scholars surrounding one key figure wielding brush in the middle of writing something. So you have the Liu Songnian version. This is probably a Ming painting. Also have the same figure doing the same thing, right? And interestingly, up to Qianlong's time in 18th century, the collector will try to identify the figure. So usually they have a writing about who and who, all the 16 of them. So this is kind of a standard depiction. So you can see that last section, why it's been affiliated to gathering of the Western Garden. But Edwards think that the stream and also the main activity of writing calligraphy, like this painting. This is the robin, and a 16th century depiction of the Wang Xizhi's Lanting gathering at Lanting Pavilion. It altogether has 42 participants, and eventually all compose a poem. So the gathering is not just to enjoy the spring weather, but it's also engaged in cultural activities, philosophical talk, and the writing calligraphy, composing poetry, appreciating painting, so on and so forth. So there's many different depictions. But the central figure is always, Wang Xizhi, right, wielding brush, because after the gathering, he was, obliged to compose a preface. So this is the preface of Orchid Pavilion, become, the, most important calligraphic piece in Chinese history. So Wang Xizhi, of course, now become actually the earliest, paradigm for Chinese literary garden idea. So you see all these elements in this painting, right? But I think the most critical is the central part. Nobody actually ever looked closely, because the artist was very carefully arranged everything in a very meticulous way. Even this, the structure of the building, you can see it was that serious, right? And I raised the foundation and used the best the building material, and even the railing, the linen railing. And in the garden, you see there's a servant dozing off. He kind of like guarding something, right? And outside, you see 2 big jars of something, some kind of liquid, with a lotus leaf lid, very particular, right? In that green color, can only be bronzes. And there are more wine and tea vessels, right? And there are more. At the end of the scroll, right here, in the grotto by the stream, you see the servants were busy on the stone table. They are brewing tea or warming the wine. And again, a whole array of the bronzes, bronze vessel. So this reminds me, Zhang Zhi's family is well recorded. In the year of 1151, Zhang Zhi was so wealthy, so emperor, paid a visit to his great-grandfather, Duke Xun Zhangjun. And the family prepared thousands of presents for the emperor, empresses, and all the whole entourage. And Zhou Mi has, detailed every item. And among the gifts presented to the emperor, including all the precious objects, gold objects, painting, calligraphy, and, most of all, bronzes, ancient bronzes of Shang and Zhou. And each item, Zhou Mi itemized them. So this is the scroll, from the middle section to the very end. Is pay great attention to all the detail, the material aspect, right? So it's a way kind of very, look at reserve, but it's showing up the family collection of the wealth, right? So this is one cue, visual cue. And then in the central structure, you see this building, why need the servant guarding something there? You know, the wine and tea is prepared to serve the guests, right? So if we look closer, there's a structure inside the building. And you see the something bubbling up in the middle of this square structure. So I read in 3 or 4 Southern Song records. They are all contemporary to Zhang Zhi's time. And they record around the lake, there's a very famous spring. So the spring is called Pearl Spring. It's part of the now Pearl Garden of Duke Xun, Zhang Zhi's great-grandfather. And it's named after the spring. So the spring was discovered in the 10th century. And it's so abundant, the spring gushed forth from east of a temple complex, right? So it's so abundant and the quality is so good. So a square fountain wall was constructed around it. So you see the fountain, the bubbling spring inside, the square wall, right? So these are all very particularly recorded in Zhang Zhi's contemporary time. And not one time, the gazetteer of the imperial capital, Xian Chun Lin An Zhi, in Zhou Mi's writing, and even just the gazetteer, the records, it's appeared no less than twice. So we might ask, is this Pearl Spring Garden really exist? 13th century depicting Westlake and all the scenic feature around it, and omit most of the imperial capital. So we look at this painting with one gazetteer map dated 1268. Then you can see the whole imperial capital here. And 490 place name will be marked here. And clearly, there's one scene called Pearl Spring Garden. Right in the lower, it's a southeastern corner of the Westlake. And it's just back to back from the imperial precinct right here. So it is real exists and is known to the Southern Song contemporary. And this is one of the 7 gardens, other than 6 created, refurbished by Zhang Zhi. This one was inherited from his grandfather. And among Zhang Zhi's 7 gardens, all 6 of them actually all to the northern part of Westlake, not around the lake. And again, the records of there's so many gardens around the Westlake: imperial garden, private garden for the well-to-do, monastery garden, Taoist temple garden, from the solitary island to all the 3 sides of the Westlake. So Zhang Zhi has one he inherited in the southeastern corner, and to the north, more kind of further, away from the Westlake, he has his 6 other garden estate there. So this is it, and it's clearly marked Nanhu, South Lake, right? But interestingly, his garden around the South Lake, there's one called South Lake Garden, but most into the northern bank of the South Lake. So therefore, he titled Beiyuan, North Garden. So I'm going to skip this. So it's a real site, right? And even including the 6 other garden estate of him. All right, so in 1201, he composed many poetry related to the garden, but also essay. So he recorded, all the garden activities, and he titled "Things That Gratify the Heart and Pleasurable Events." And there's one passage I thought it's kind of resonant so perfectly with this painting. He said, "Whenever an agreeable mood comes over me, I wander in my tiny garden." I mean, very deliberately tiny. I'm almost feeling that the scenery and man are one. At times of leisure, I bring guests and wine. We often wear turbans and carry staff as we stroll about, whistling and singing. It's so serene that we forgot to return to the house. So it's almost a perfect resonant with the scenery here, right? And he actually recorded it in 1201. And the gentleman in the center, of course, about to cross a good bridge, right? So it's again giving you a hint. This must be the eye of the landscape of this painting. He carried, most of the significance. And also his status was framed by his attendant, right? And with a feather fan, means he is a Taoist pursuit, a person enjoying nature. Also seasonal indication, the flowing water, and surrounded by newly sprouted willow and the plum blossom. And he was a plum blossom lover, right? So what Zhang looked like? One day I read the passage and I thought this is not possible because he befriended all the cultural luminary of his contemporary, particular poet, from Fan Chengda, Yang Wanli, all the way to Jiang Kui. And these are all, garden builder and also the floral, lover. They all compose something or compile something, a menu of a flower, from plum blossom to peony to the chrysanthemum. So Yang Wanli record their first meeting. And when he met Zhang Zhi the first time, through a mutual friend, and at his lakeside estate. So he described what Zhang Zhi looked like. It's a person with deep eyes and neat eyebrows. The neat eyebrows arch downward over a gaunt body. It's very slim, right? And he's sitting within a thatched hut, gazing beyond clouds and moon above a rocky gully. Right? So if you zoom in, look at the gentleman, right? With the Dongpo cap, of course, he branded himself as admiration to the greatest poet of China, of the Song Dynasty, Su Dongpo, right? And the description about whenever he's moon, how he wear the turban and have the staff sorting in the garden, right? So this is, I think it's no mistake, a depiction of Zhang Zhi himself. It was so deliberately placed, before the bridge in the central section of the scroll, about to cross the bridge to host the elegant gathering in his garden estate, right? So the garden estate is a real location. You see from the Pearl Spring, denote that the Pearl Spring Garden, but the garden also has many other features. As Mark Wilson pointed out, the 4 giant pine, that's seen in the Acacia retreat. And there are also in the northern garden, there are some grottos and some hills, some stream. So in other words, it's incorporated, woven in all the highlights of his garden estate. But the central section, the most important is the Pearl Spring Garden. So that's the gentleman can associate with Zhang Zhi. So eventually, I think we can read this scroll. The place the Pearl Spring, the scene, right in the center, right? It's like a family in Sigmund. Emblem of the family. So it's most critical, right? In all the garden future, no matter it's South Lake Garden or the Pearl Spring Garden, it's all Lakeshore Garden, right? So I would like kind of wrap up my reading of this garden. It has an older figure, and I think they are not mutually exclusive at all. He, actually tried to utilize, incorporate all the historical citation, historical citation, textually and also visually. So with the allusion to cultural luminary of the past, he further elevated his status as a man of taste by having a space created that tied him and his comrade to such literary cultural paradigm as Wang Xizhi or Tao Yuanming, and a celebrated figure of more recent time in the 11th century, like 1087, who gathered at Wang Shen's Western Garden. So these are the garden activity is part of his what he called things that gratify the heart and pleasurable events, right? So the score, I think, eventually epitomizes the literary and garden culture of Ma Yuan and Zhang Zhi's time at turn of the 13th century. It at once real and idealized. It's present and past. With the careful placement of Zhang Zhi himself and the Price family pearl spring, as I see, is a real like a family insignia. In the center and highlight from his many celebrated garden estate, the overall physical presence of selective real sites are seamless woven into idealized literary cultural citation of the past. And the most likely date of this painting, I think, is about from 1200 to 1202, because 1200 is the date he completes all his 6 garden estate. 1201, he composed in a previous, and 1202, he published his poetry collection, and so about the poem he composed in the garden. Also, 1200 to 1202 is equivalent to Ma Yuan's about early time. So about this painting, some people, the art historian has a lot of discussion whether it's acceptable as a genuine painting of Ma Yuan. And I think consider, so many demanding aspects to, convey and fulfill, the patron Zhang Zhi, or, the true agency behind, and through the collaboration of the poet Zhang Zhi and the artist Ma Yuan. In my opinion, I think it's quite acceptable. And back to the main artwork in the exhibition by Bada Shanren. He's called himself Master of the Lotus Garden, right, as the Yale catalog indicated. So it's again, that's the garden is a vehicle, right? And lotus or flower can be a vehicle for self-expression. That's Bada Shanren. So thank you, and may you and we all find things that gratify the heart, right? In all the blooms, or in the garden, or in the exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you, Hui-shu. I'll let you go over.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We have a few minutes. If anybody has particular questions for Professor Barnhart or Professor Lee, or comments that they would like to add to their talks, I think we can spare about 5 or 10 minutes at the most. I see. Okay, how are we handling this? Do we have a portable microphone? Laser, there's a gentleman down here had his hand up. Right there. Who would like to answer that question? So the question was, the gentleman asked if the use of space, the depiction of space and depth in these paintings preceded what we see in Western art. By several hundred years. But that's, I mean, the whole question of depth and perception and space, the depiction of space is is a very interesting one. I'm often reminded of a painting that was considered awkward by Chinese standards in the very beginning of the 20th century, early in the 20th century. It's a famous painting in the National Palace Museum in Taiwan of these women, these court women, having a kind of a party around a large table. And the table gets larger as you go into space. So instead of getting smaller, which would be the Cartesian, one-point perspective, it's just the opposite. And the Chinese artists, very conscious at this time of the relative position of China versus the West, thought this is an indication of how backwards we were in China. But seen from another perspective, a more modern perspective, you have a movable space you can move through space in Chinese paintings. That creates a very different kind of perspective. So you have shifting perspectives in Chinese space. Sometimes you have what you see, and was particularly well indicated, I think, when Professor Barnhart showed that big landscape painting at the very beginning, such a clear indication of space into depth. Sometimes that appears like one-point perspective, but for the most part, they didn't follow it very regularly. So anyway, but it's a good question, complicated answer, sorry. Yes, Dongzi, yes. Do we have the moving mic over here behind you?
Well, I'd like to thank Susan Tai for organizing such a wonderful exhibit. It's really wonderful, remarkable exhibit. I have a question for Professor Barnhart. In the recent published article by Professor Hui-shu, she mentioned specifically about your work. And she quoted your work about Bada Shanren using lotus as a symbol for virtue, redemption, and also rebirth in another realm. And so my question to you is, what do you think is this another realm? You think he has transcended his religious faith, either in Buddhism or in Taoism? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. I wish I knew more about what exactly he imagined or believed. But he was definitely a devoted Buddhist who had a concept of realms of existence and of rebirth and concepts of ongoing life that I can myself barely comprehend, but that must be very profound if you see life in such universal and time-consuming, all-embracing terms. That is a concept of life that, how can you describe that? I mean, it's a belief that of a cosmos, spiritual, physical, unimaginable, really, which he tries to convey in his art in a way that makes it, about the only way I can understand it is how he conveys it in his images. And so study the painting in the gallery and think about what that tells you about his concept of space and form and life and movement and what it is to be a human being, because that's an expression of the most intense kind of human involvement in the making of art and the purposes of making art. The paintings tell me, and you, I'm sure, much more than my words can. So I suggest we look at the paintings and try to make of them what we can. Thank you for the question.
Yes, yes.
I'm just a beginner. I'm just beginning to know and understand Chinese art. And one of my questions is, the literati, the scholarly gentlemen, were they always from the court? Were they always, I mean, I know they were just a fraction of the Chinese population and most of the people were working the land and taking care of themselves. Was it just a tiny, tiny population who could have these estates and paint and learn calligraphy?
Yeah, we need a historian in the room to answer that question more precisely. But I would say it shifted over time. Certainly, the vast majority of people worked the land and were essentially peasants. But literati it's a very good translation for the Chinese term wenren, which means people of letters. So these are people who, through one means or another, they could have been aristocrats originally, or simply wealthy shop owners, eventually had the means to acquire an education and then sit for the examinations and become so-called men of letters. But certainly as you come later into the history of China, pre-modern China, by the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have more and more. So I believe you must have a larger, I don't know percentage-wise, but certainly there's a great imbalance. So you have too many literati to fit the official positions that were available through the court. If anybody else wants to answer that question, they're welcome to.
I had a question about how people viewed the long scrolls, like the one upstairs. Was it all unrolled and they walked along it, or did they unroll a piece, look at it, go and have tea, then come back and unroll the next part?
That's an easy question to answer. Thank you. So I'll take that one. Yes, it's the scrolls are like a Torah, right? So you open it up, and if the hand scroll composition, whether it's calligraphy or painting, is relatively short, then you could open it up and see the whole thing. But generally speaking, the beauty of the hand scroll is that you can unroll it, roll it up a little bit, unroll a little bit further. So you can do it kind of moving sequentially from right to left. Question in the back?
Would you say that the peeling school of painting was devalued in later times in Chinese, by Chinese aesthetics?
I'll let Professor Barnhart answer that question. The question was, do you feel the peeling school was demeaned in later history of Chinese art? Is that correct? Devalued.
It was just totally ignored by scholars and art historians like me. As I tried to make clear, it disappeared basically from consciousness. If it was ever in the Wenren consciousness at all, I think it was primarily known by and appreciated by members of a Buddhist community, for which primarily it was probably produced, and by whom it may have been produced, I don't really know. But other people ignored it because it didn't have writing on it, didn't have names on it, it didn't have anything you could talk about. It was just a painting. And scholars tended to ignore things that were just paintings, by and large. If you'll permit that biased statement, I'm sorry.
Do you have any other questions, especially pertinent to the first two talks? Okay, so we do have one more question, yes.
Is the Pingling tradition just in one area of Buddhist study, or was it all over?
So I guess that's the question is kind of the geographical extent of the peeling school. So peeling, and Dick, why don't you answer that question? But my understanding is it's specifically to the Changzhou area, is that right?
Yeah. It's basically what we're calling now Changzhou. It's a small area of the larger Changzhou, about halfway between Nanjing and Suzhou, and not too far north of Hangzhou. So right in the middle of the famous area, the so-called I area of traditional Chinese painting, as Fushan and Marilyn Wong Fu defined it. But apparently, I mean, that's where it was focused. But I think it's pretty clear that its fame spread within the Buddhist communities at large, much beyond that area. But it was produced relatively relatively speaking, in this relatively small area, just as small, say, as we refer to the Wu School and Zhou School, referring to Suzhou on the one hand and Hangzhou on the other. Peeling is somewhere in between them, right in the middle of that area, and should be regarded in much the same way. The Peeling School is kind of like Hangzhou painting, which is not limited to the Southern Song period. I mean, it has a long, long history and a hard one to define, clearly.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, 10 to 12-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 11:30 for the next talk. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the next speaker. There's much that I could tell you about him, but I'll let others do that. I do want to say, though, I want to acknowledge a couple of things. First of all, the generosity of the Santa Barbara Art Museum. Over the years, really, I mean, when I first arrived in Santa Barbara 35 years ago, more or less, Susan Tai was the first one to reach out to me, introduced me to the community, introduced me to the museum. And I've had the good fortune of being able to do a number of things with the museum, including a conference on mountains way back in, 1990, 1991, something like that. Dick, you remember that, right? You were part of that. And then, of course, we had the Artful Recluse exhibition more recently, which was already 10 years ago. But anyway, there's a lot of very good memories and a lot of great opportunities, so I'm very grateful for that. And this is an opportunity as well. Susan was concerned that nobody was really going to talk about this painting by Bada Shanren. And she kind of left it on me to do that. Of course, Hui-shu gave an extended lecture on the scroll and the subject of lotus painting by Bada Shanren at an earlier date, and I'm sure some of you heard that lecture. But anyway, I've taken on this challenge to talk about this painting and combine it with some research of my own. But I want to acknowledge Hui-shu's, not just Hui-shu, the whole Bada experience in my lifetime, which was, for the most part, I was really on the outside. I was finishing my dissertation, which was on a totally different subject when, Yale University got involved with the Bada project. And I was a little bit too absorbed and too green, quite frankly, to be able to deal with somebody as complex as Bada Shanren. But Hui-shu picked up the challenge and did tremendous work way back in 1989, 1990, and then more recently, specifically on this painting, which was the centerpiece of an article that she wrote for the Artful Recluse on Bada Shanren. And so that was 10 years ago. And it was really just by chance, I guess, that this exhibition kind of came together at the China Institute with the opportunity to have this painting in it, the rivers falling flowers or flowers on the river. So it's, it's all come together in this painting that, I remember seeing it together with Hui-shu in Tianjin around 1991, 92, something like that. Long, long time ago. And then to see it again here, unrolled, is really quite an amazing experience. So my way of beginning my talk is to introduce you to somebody else's introduction, which is President Xu. You can see his dates, one of the early presidents of the Republic of China. And also a resident, or spent at least part of his time in Tianjin, and I'm sure that's partly how the painting went through his collection and eventually found its way into the Tianjin Art Museum. Cold mist, light ink, like seeing the person himself. I just find that to be such a lovely kind of, but also deserving expression of being unpacked to some degree. Especially the second part, Rujian Shiren, like seeing the person himself. So what is it like seeing the person himself? It's cold, mist, and light ink. So he's just speaking kind of generically. In fact, the painting doesn't really have much depiction of mist, and there's a lot more than light ink. There's a lot of dark ink as well. So that's just a kind of a trope, a way of kind of honoring the memory of this legendary artist, Bada Shanren. The name, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Bada Shanren, that's not his real name. That's just simply, it's one of many artistic names that he took throughout his life. The Eight Great Mountain Man. But it made me wonder, how much did Chang really understand of Bada Shanren? How much did anybody understand of him, particularly back in the very end of the Qing dynasty or the very beginning of the 20th century? And I'm convinced that not very much. In fact, he added an inscription at the very end of the painting, and he pretty much says as much. He says, Bada Shanren is one of these figures that's just too difficult to understand. His poems in particular, his writings. So for those of you who need some kind of an introduction, this is the best I'm going to offer. This image of two quails and also these two birds. You could barely see one of them under the rock at the lower right on the hanging scroll, both from about 1692. And this is the image that we have of Bada Shanren. Excuse me. Quizzical expressions, very human-like on animals, birds, fish. Brilliant and very abstract kind of rendering of space and form in two dimensions. And combining them with these inscriptions, these poems that are so difficult to understand. But to give you an idea of the kind of level of puzzles, and I'm not even sure this is a legitimate one, but it's one that I like to use when I'm teaching Bada Shanren. His signature, which reads Bada Shanren, Eight Great Mountain Man, somebody brilliantly figured out that it's the way he wrote his name, you can't tell if it's one character or the other, one character being to cry, the other character being to laugh. And I wouldn't leave it past Bada Shanren to have purposely worked that out. Because I think creating this kind of image of mystery and reclusion, hiding in a very secretive way, was his nature, and that was fundamentally what he lived to do. The artist was a deeply secretive man, a surviving member of the Ming imperial family, living precariously under Manchu rule in the second half of the 17th century. And he presented himself cryptically with images, often accompanied by these purposely difficult texts that defy even the most knowledgeable of readers. And certainly the scroll that we have upstairs is the ultimate kind of example of that. This long, long inscription. To give you an idea of just how long it is, you would need, even though they took that one long room and opened up the scroll as much as they could, they still couldn't quite get in the very end of the painting or the inscription, which you need another half of the length of the room to do as much. So this is the best we can do, but I would like to echo what Professor Barnhart said before, which is you really have to see these things. So even the calligraphy, which is black and white, maybe you can read it, maybe you can't, but you would think that a slide would be appropriately act as a kind of a substitute, but it doesn't. You have to see it because the presence of the writing is also so powerful. He writes in a very unusual form. It has archaic elements. He uses a mostly unmodulated brushstroke, so it has this kind of plainness to it, which gives it a kind of a mysterious quality. And it looks almost like etching. It looks almost like something that could be etched in stone. It's such a strong kind of monumental quality to it. And the poem itself is very, very difficult to understand. He signed it at the very end with an inscription, which he says, and I got it kind of marked out with the red box, that he did it for Mr. Hui-yen. Hui-yen, who I believe, if I remember correctly, was one of his pupils, and obviously a close friend. And then he goes on to talk about how he spent 3, 4, 5 months working on this, dropping the flowers and dropping the leaves into the painting. You would think he's talking about the painting. Then he added playfully this poem, this ballad on falling flowers, or actually flowers on the river. And I remember going over this with Hui-shu, and Hui-shu saying, she thinks that he did the painting maybe in a week and took the other 4 months to figure out all the puzzles that went into the song. It's that complicated and that difficult. And I'm not going to try to duplicate that now. That would be it wouldn't make much sense. But just to say that it's not a ballad in the kind of the normal sense of the word. There's no narrative to speak of, there's no story. Rather, Bada strings together seemingly random images, places, and scenarios populated with both historical and legendary figures. At one point, he even engages in a conversation with the 8th century poet Li Bai. In fact, they engage in a drinking contest. All in all, Bada's song has the dreamy air of a hallucination, something akin to a French symbolist poem by Arthur Rimbaud. And that's about as close as I can get to describing what Bada's song reads like in English. But it does have meaning, and once it's decoded, we understand lots of themes and motifs from his life, which can be summarized quite simply, which is that the themes that absorbed the artist throughout his life, most notably the fate of the Ming Dynasty loyalists who, like Bada Shanren, had the misfortune of outliving their dynasty and the search for some kind of peace and redemption. The painting is in many ways the equivalent in images, if one thinks about it loosely, to the ballad, kind of free-flowing, loosely done, abstract plays on form and emptiness, brush and ink, centered on the recurring motif of the lotus, the most meaningful of floral symbols to Bada Shanren for its associations with purity, Buddhism, transcendence, and rebirth. This is more or less the beginning of the painting. And I think you have to kind of look at it and in some ways try to make sense of it as you move from right to left. And we notice how it becomes more and more jumbled, more messy, chaotic. In fact, it's even hard to know exactly what we're looking at. It takes a while to recognize that those great blotches of ink are in fact the lotus leaves, and then you can make out the lotus blossoms kind of poking up from within. And then these great big contour lines, which look like the lines of rocks, are in fact the stems of the lotus. So you have all these great images of lotus kind of creating this kind of abstract ink painting. And it continues. Until there's a kind of a break, a very significant break with this old tree and a pond with like a sheer wall behind it. More toppled lotus leaves, flower buds popping out here and there, and ambiguous contour lines eventually lead to this preliminary climax of the scroll. And this is how Bada Shanren ended his ballad. To this day, I long to see the man of Zhur Mountain. And as you can see from the short description down below, Zhur Mountain was associated, again in Hui-shu's understanding and interpretation, with Zhishui, the still water, and identifies it with a historical figure of some 500 years earlier, 400 years earlier, Zhang Wanli, who had the pond excavated for the purpose of committing suicide rather than submit to the Mongol armies at the end of the Sung dynasty. Now, you have to understand what it was like to be living in the second half of the 17th century. I am not an expert on Ming history or early Qing history, but my understanding is that there were countless people, dozens, hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who committed suicide rather than succumb to the Manchu armies. I don't know if that's an exaggeration or not. I'm sure somebody has a better answer than I could provide. But clearly this was on his mind. Martyrdom, sacrificing oneself, living, finding redemption in a pond by committing suicide, which, again, according to Hui-shu's research, was originally filled with lotus flowers. Okay, so let me leave Bada Shanren momentarily and talk about something that I actually did put work into, which is the subject of falling flowers. I see an interesting parallel between this earlier artist, Shenzhou, who unfortunately is not represented in the exhibition, but he easily could be and should be. I was intrigued by Shenzhou. He's one of the most famous painters in the history of China. Lived from if I remember correctly, 1427 to 1508, I think, or 1509. And lived in the city of Suzhou. And so a very well-known figure. And I was intrigued many years ago by a painting, not this particular painting, but another painting, on the subject of falling flowers. And I'll show that to you in a minute. He added this, this is a short little painting which was also included with a very, very long text. Very different kind of text from what Bada Shanren provided to his flowers on a river. But I'm going to try to draw some parallels here because I think there are some very interesting parallels. So he added this short little couplet and signed it Shenzhou. Mountains empty, no one about. Waters flow, blossoms take leave. So he's building off of, and you see the figure there, presumably Shenzhou himself kind of looking off into the distance. He's playing off of this idea of falling blossoms. And Shenzhou, and it's a very old theme in China, the idea that the blossoms following the seasonal changes drop from the trees, and then even more poignantly, perhaps flow into the river and are carried downstream. So it's all about the passage of time. Shenzhou was, here's a portrait of him, the artist, at the age of about 80, and 3 leaves from an album that he did called Reclining Journeys, the album of Reclining Journeys, which I think is very telling. The idea of the reclining journey goes way back in Chinese history to a landscapist of the 5th century who became too ill to be able to continue to climb in the mountains and painted his memories of the journeys that he did on the walls of his house. So it becomes a trope for the idea of the reclining journey of painting, a painting of a landscape. But in Shenzhou's case, he doesn't include landscapes in the album. There are a couple, but they're kind of much more overshadowed by all these other kinds of reclining journeys, like blossoming trees, a water buffalo that he was familiar with, some flowers in his garden. And this is the association that we have of Shenzhou. He was somebody who lived, he was a literatus, to reclaim the term Wenren, but he never served in office and chose not to. He didn't want to. He was obviously wealthy enough in the city of Suzhou that with the extended property that they owned, that his family owned, that he could spend his years kind of enjoying himself in many ways. But he became a very important poet in the city of Suzhou and very well known, mentored many of the most famous artists of the next generation, including Wen Zhengming and Tang Yin, among others. And he, by his late in life, became kind of associated with this kind of idea of sagacity, the senior kind of citizen who knows all and is so well revered and beloved for his simple paintings and beautiful poems. Well, it's about this time when Shenzhou did this painting in 1506. And the catalyst for the painting really are these poems that you see following in this very long extended scroll on the subject of falling flowers. So according to an inscription, and this is from the first part of this inscription to this long transcription of his poems, he wrote, "In the spring of the Icho year of the Hongzhi reign, 1505, I fell ill for an entire month. When finally I arose from bed, I rushed outside only to find that the blossoms had been swept clean of the trees, bits of red and white filling the ground. I missed their opening and only saw their falling. This filled me with such sadness. Encountering objects, I created verses. I titled the 10 quatrains Falling Blossoms and sent them to Wen Zhengming, one who understands me. Wen Zhengming passed them along to the Chamberlain Zhou Bo, whose name was Liu Chang, and both composed their own verses in rhyme, all of which surpassed my clumsy, rotten poems. Muamu, feeling no shame in her ugliness, forced more poems in response. These grew to 30. Muamu, as he's referring to himself. Deepening the insult to these two gentlemen, the poems were gathered together in a scroll with my rotten verses tagging along." So this is part of the reason why Shenzhou was so beloved. He was, he understood what humility meant. But how much humility really was there? He added this painting. This is done in 1506, more or less. At least he claims to be 80 years old when he did this. And he transcribed all these poems, all of the poems that he had written. In fact, he did more than 30 poems. In the end, he wrote 50 poems. And he did so because what began as this kind of exercise in kind of presumably heartfelt genuineness, recognizing the falling of the blossoms that he missed, and he's referring to the apricot and the peach blossoms in the springtime. He composed these 10 poems. Then he does what everybody does. He shares them, and then other people rhyme them because they're being honorific to the great Shenzhou. And then he felt that he had to then rhyme their poems. Well, this created a bit of a problem because they were so self-conscious about the seemliness of this that some people actually criticized Shenzhou. I said, "Why are you bothering to do all this?" So this is from an inscription by Wen Zhengming of 1504, following his own Falling Blossoms album. He wrote, "One of today's many rhymers remarked, in early times when it came to poetry, half a couplet or a few words would suffice to be transmitted widely and establish one's fame. Like this, isn't the master, in other words, Shenzhou, simply laboring himself? Can it be he is unable to relinquish the desire to surpass others? Or is he entrusting the falling blossoms, using them for his own situation? Both of these scenarios involve intention." This is how self-conscious they were. Intention. Intention here is a bad thing. And Master Shen is not this way. His inspiration reaches to an encounter with objects and the poem is done. One does not know where the process begins, nor can one fathom where it will end. Whether the poems reach to 10 or 100 certainly plays no role in the master's intentions at the start. And whether they will be transmitted or not, how could this be a matter of his concern? It is precisely because Master Shen lacks such petty intentions that he does not feel the words emerge, yet they do so with skill and are transmitted. How could one possibly find it distasteful that the poems are many? Now, there's no way that Wen Zhengming would have written this if there wasn't actual criticism of Shenzhou, I think. In other words, why are you bothering to do this? Are you competing with the younger generation? And in a manner of speaking, he was. Because when I worked out all the details of this project, what I call the Falling Blossoms project, I found that, first of all, it was very difficult to pin down when it actually began. Here's the earliest painting by Shenzhou, a fan painting in Shanghai, dates to 1503. So that's some 3 years before he claimed, or 2 years before he claimed it actually began. And moreover, there were so many poems written, and so many, there was records of this, and it became such a kind of a celebrated event that it's clear that Shenzhou really was engaging in this kind of poetry competition, so to speak, in a very self-conscious way. And that continues with the painting that I mentioned, which is this hand scroll in the National Palace Museum, which is the first of the Falling Blossoms paintings that I saw and took notice of. And you can see it's more of an extended composition. It's not a long hand scroll, but it's a hand scroll that continues with the first part and then the second part. So the difference with this is you have, here's the whole painting down below, and you see the poet, you see a little servant boy here who appears in the other compositions as well, and then you have Shenzhou seated under the trees, which are have falling blossoms, and the blossoms are scattered about. And he's looking out into the distance. And in the distance, you have this grotto, all painted in this very archaic blue and green manner to suggest the distant past and kind of give it a kind of an otherworldly feeling to it. Well, in my research, what I determined is that Shenzhou's painting, his composition of the falling blossoms, which is all about mortality, ultimately. It's his recognition of the fact that he's getting older and he's trying to compete with the younger generation. He's prompted by the falling of the blossoms, which alone kind of prompt one's thoughts of one's own mortality. And of course, he's an old man at this point. So there is an important precedent for this. One of the few paintings that, and poems for that matter, that kind of discusses the whole concept of mortality. And I'm grateful again to Hui-shu for introducing Tao Yuan-ming, who created not just the Peach Blossom Spring, but also this very famous poem called The Return. So he's a gentleman farmer of the 4th to 5th century who famously rejected living the bureaucratic life and returned to his humble homestead to enjoy simple rustic pleasures. So here's an early painting of Tao Yuan-ming returning. Trying to keep track of the time here. Okay, not too bad. This is the beginning of a long scroll. It's in the Freer, what we used to call the Freer Gallery of Art. Now it's the National Museum of Asian Art in Washington, D.C. Painting is often attributed to Li Gunlin. And here you see at the very beginning of this is an illustration of this very long, very famous poem, in which Tao Yuan-ming says, I'm giving up the bureaucratic life, enough of this 9 to 5 punching the clock. I'm going home. And he's returning home, and he's shown here returning, and I'm going to skip ahead a few scenes to the very end of the painting, and you can see the poem is kind of inscribed throughout. And this is in the translation of James Hightower, paraphrasing it a little bit. This is the very end of Tao Yuan-ming's The Return. It's all over, so little time are we granted human form in the world. I have no desire for riches and no expectation of heaven. Rather, on some fine morning, to walk alone, now planting a staff, to take up my hoe, or climbing the east hill and whistling long, or composing verses beside the clear stream. So I managed to accept my lot until the ultimate homecoming, rejoicing in heaven's command, what is there to doubt? So that's the ultimate homecoming, right? In other words, I love that translation by James Hightower. The ultimate homecoming, in other words, our death. So it's just around the corner, but I'm ready for it. And the final scene, the painter had to kind of figure out a way to do this because according to the poem, it's just Tao Yuan-ming goes down to the stream and he composes poems. But the painter ends the painting with Tao Yuan-ming and his servant at the very bottom of the painting, at the very end, seated there, I think you can see here, looking off into the distance, into these swirling clouds. So this is the image of the ultimate homecoming. So I see these paintings as parallel. Shenzhou, who was a great fan of Tao Yuan-ming's and often imitated his poems and illustrated his poems in a very interesting way, shows himself here contemplating his own mortality, not just with the falling flowers, but also kind of looking off into the distance at this grotto. And that grotto is very significant because it also suggests the peach blossom spring. So, gentleman earlier asked, what is the what is the image of the grotto, or what is the image of the ultimate redemption? Excuse me, getting over a cold. Well, it's embodied in this mysterious image of a stream that comes out of who knows where. The ultimate source. And I'm going to wrap things up now by returning to Bada Shanren's painting. We leave the still water, and then the blossoms return. This is the 5th section. And slowly we find other plants kind of emerging in the scroll. Most notably, orchids, as we reach towards the very end of the scroll. And orchids are significant because orchids are the ultimate image of loyalty and purity and fragrance. This is a small painting, and it's not the Zhang Sixiao painting that's often used, but it's a painting that well represents him. Zhang Sixiao was another Southern Song loyalist who refused to succumb to the Yuan dynasty of the Mongols, many hundreds of years before Bada Shanren, but clearly was very well known to him. And he paints here with a poem referring to the paragon of loyalty, Chu Yuan, who was the ultimate loyalist and lived in the 3rd, 4th century BC. Bada Shanren ends his poem, joyfully I compose this ballad, flying cascades, passage upon passage, the flowers bloom in proper accord. So these are the flowers that are blooming in proper accord. And then at the very end of the painting, you have the cascades. And I see this cascade as a source, fundamentally the same kind of source that Shenzhou utilized in his painting. Some kind of mysterious rendering of whatever it is that provides life to all of us, and ultimately is the suggestion of a place to which we ultimately return. And as a very brief little coda to my talk, I want to end with this image of a painting of the mandarin fish, which again, credit to Hui-shu for working on this many, many years ago, determining how the fish was the image of the loyalist, the loyal leftover, and Bada Shanren ends with this very interesting poem. Left and right, what is this water? It's named Chu-e, the Grand Crooked. I go on seeking the place where the source enters. Perhaps there will be many beautiful clouds at sunset. It's a very cryptic poem, but it refers to an ancient story, a legend of the tyrant Qin Shi Huangdi, who was told that from a certain region of the south, where there was a beautiful lake, somebody who was going to challenge him to the throne was going to arise. So he sent an army of figures, of laborers there to disfigure the lake so that this dragon would not be able to arise from the lake. Anyway, I go on seeking the place where the source enters. Perhaps there will be many beautiful clouds at sunset. So this is in 1694, and then 3 years later, it's clear that when Bada Shanren painted his Flowers on a River for his student and his friend Hui-yen, he seems to have felt comfortable enough to have created that source. Thank you very much. And I'm going to stay here for just a minute to introduce the next. I'm working double time here. Professor Shou-chih Yen, I always knew him as Isaac. Professor Yen is from is a professor at the Massachusetts College of Art and Design. He's a professor in the history of art. He's another beautiful example of this pipeline from National Taiwan University in the MA program, eventually finding his way to Yale University, where he studied under Dick Barnhart, and wrote his dissertation on Xu, who's very well represented by a beautiful painting up in the gallery. Professor Yen.
Thank you. By the way, I do have some cough drop. I wonder if somebody needed the real brand horse cough drop. I will just put it somewhere here. Right, so, hi.
Use spacebar or the arrow or the clicker?
Right, I will use the arrow this way. Excellent, thank you very much, Laser. The gentleman's name is Laser. Good afternoon. I know you feel so very hungry, and my job is make that worse. So you will later find your lunch very delicious. So I'm so very grateful. So first, allow me to thank Professor Barnhart, both of them. I'm a student of both Professor Richard Barnhart and Catherine Barnhart at Yale. I learned so much from them, and they literally changed my life. Otherwise, I won't have a job. I may just find something in Disneyland. And I thank Hui-shu and Peter. And only in this morning, I figured out, oh my God, I actually know Hui-shu and Peter since 1984. That's 40 years, 40 years ago. And then I thank Susan, Miss Tai Xin Zhou, for your generosity and the opportunity to see you guys and Professor Barnhart, both of them. So, so allow me to begin. So I need to watch my time very carefully. Otherwise, I expect that there will be a riot. And the hunger strike will be on Santa Barbara Daily, I sense, tomorrow morning. So my name is Yan. I know that sounds like a Japanese currency, but I'm actually very poor, so I need to work. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm here to share with you my observation on Xu. And so I did this dissertation with Professor Barnhart and Professor Sensabaugh, who earlier in October visited Santa Barbara Museum and delivered another talk, which I missed. Anyway, so it was on the December 2002, a very cold raining day. Then I was granted a very rare opportunity to view the actual hand scroll of Xu Wei's famous Nanjing Zahua. So this painting, and this is Mr. Xu Wei, some anonymous, great painting anyway. He doesn't look very happy. He has, like many American fellow citizens, have a drinking problem, and he complained a lot. But you can see here, I want to emphasize the problem of the classification. So he was a famous child prodigy, get really, really renowned early on, but he failed miserably several times, probably 13 times or something. I lost count. I wasn't there. The civil service examination, so 科举考試, which means the society failed to recognize the talent, and that's where the problem begins. So at one point, he served the general, famous general, deal with the war called the Japanese pirate problem. He was very excited. He was interested in almost everything and very curious person. Then I promised Susan I will make the talk PG-13. So you know, if you know Xu Wei, he experienced so much violence and almost killed himself. I'm glad he didn't. Otherwise, we won't see this great painting currently in Nanjing Museum. And I hope Professor Barnhart agree. I dated this painting in the late career, my PowerPoint. So I would say this is probably about 1590, before, you know, the inevitable. So you can see it's a very, very long scroll. Usually, like Peter said, you open a section and row, right, and then you close. So you view the subject matter in a sequence. But I know this is so remote to you, so we need some better, bigger picture. But the problem here, I forgot where I am. So I just look at the picture and talk. So let's follow the sequence, shall we? Then we found out something very odd and unusual. So I noticed the problem when I look at the reproduction in a beautiful catalog, right? And there are so many Xu Wei. And I noticed something is odd. Some earlier scholar already mentioned, but I have different understanding. Maybe I'm totally wrong. So let's follow. There are about 13 subject matter from the right to the left. And so let's follow. The first is peony. Usually we associate peony flower with the spring season. Then the summer, right, the beautiful pomegranate. And so Shiliu, later we will see Xu Wei identify himself as Shiliu and the grape. But we noticed one thing I want to point out immediately. You find the Shiliu, the pomegranate, was not anchored to a branch or ground, not grounded. So I'm so happy that Peter showed you Zheng Si Xiao, right? So we lost our root in some way. We lost our land. So it has some kind of hidden meaning. And also, it was so angry. Don't you find the Shiliu so angry because he's hungry? And it became a projectile. I'm not joking, although it sounds like, but it's a projectile. Xu Wei used the projectile as a weapon. Let's see who he attacked. And then lotus flower. And you learn from Hui-shu and Professor Barnhart and Peter, right? So many meaning about lotus flower. Then the fourth is Wutong. I find no perfect translation, so I'm going to just jump out of my own order. So if you know Chinese tradition, you know Wutong, the tree is the only tree that the bird phoenix will perch on. So the phoenix is the bird that Confucius dream about very often, right? It represents some idealized society. So now the Wutong, imagine higher up, over probably the third floor, this museum, this phoenix tree. Then it just crossed over the whole composition. That's also very unusual. Then the reference to Tao Yuanming and so many earlier literati, the chrysanthemums, the fifth, and then pumpkin or melon. Now Xu Wei start to tease us because we know they follow a seasonal, right, sequence. But is that a watermelon or any melon in the summer, or that's the autumn, right? It's kind of become vague. Then the seventh is bean. It's very small on composition, but Xu was poor, just like Tao Yuanming, so they don't have vodka, they don't have tequila, they don't even have grape, like, they are not in California. So they don't have liquor. You need barley and rice or something like that to make a strong, right, drink. So they use bean, which is a common thing. Now tell you some story behind. Then this is another tease, the second time. Is that the crab Myrtle? I couldn't read the word correctly. That's 紫薇 or hydrogeny, Shou-chih. So it confuses you again. Is that the spring or summer, right? For the second time. So a shark is coming very soon. And I enjoy Xu Wei's wild style. So now Xu Wei is very great artist, very egotistic. So he painted himself as grape, so big because 青藤道人 the Taoist of a green vein, something like that. So 氢能道人, yes, I'm me. It's so big on the composition. And so quite often we associate gray with the autumn season, kind of Dionysus. I'm just wondering whether Xu Wei know that European tradition or not. Then this is the problem, right? So after the autumn comes summer. And I know many of you are experts, you know more about the Chinese culture than I do. And so some scholars already mentioned in Shanghai from Beijing and Taipei, they mentioned, Xu Wei simply referring to Wang Wei's 雪中芭蕉, the banana in the snow. But I guess, that's one reading, of course, one interpretation. But there's no snow, and then it should be summer. I read as summer. Let's finish the scroll. So here, all the season together, the plum tree, the narcissus, and the bamboo, right? So you can read it in different way. Then he only inside the 天池山人 Xu Wei map more. It's not a painting or drawing, it's mapping. And that also is unconventional. So I put a season, right? We roll this way. We can also roll back. We must roll the hand scroll back to our original form. And so we close it. So I missed the Nanjing exhibition. And that's why, I need to thank another person, the director of Nanjing Museum, Xu Huping. I wrote 3 different letters during 3 different times. Just bother him constantly, nagging, make a scene. And so he finally agreed, granted the opportunity. You know how rare that is, right? And so I went there and see, and the museum gave me 30 minutes. And so I need to copy, then there's no publication about the colorful. I found something about Wong Tonghe. That's another story. But I want to make sure my observation was correct. So that's read. So you read the spring, summer, autumn, and vague, and autumn, then summer. So it's out of order. But when you roll the scroll back, we experience something all the season and the winter and the summer, and it's just not aligned with Mother Nature. And Professor Barnhart asked me a question. Are you very sure? Is the mounter, the people who mount this piece of section of the paper together, make a mistake? That's totally possible. They probably drunk like, Xu Wei. But I found something here. Right here. You see the seam of the paper, right? So it seems Xu Wei, there's an afterthought. Xu Wei want to make sure my brush, my mopping the floor, I need to cross 2 pieces of paper, then paint something so wild, almost Jackson Pollock-like. So I'm very sure Xu Wei say, I tell you, I want this order. I mean it. Right? So, okay, if he means it, then you notice the entire Nanjing scroll is without any inscription. So if you follow Shi Shu Hua, the 3 perfection, right? Wenren literary tradition, where the poetry, where the calligraphy, for both genres, Xu Wei was an expert. He was a man of letter, right? Where the letter, I mean Chinese character. This none, he expelled those. Let me show my observation. So in Beijing, a long hand scroll. I suspect some sections are not really Xu Wei, but it's a nice picture. But at the end, there's an inscription, so that's read. So Lao Fu, he was quite old, like 70, but inner child. Blah blah blah. I translate. In my playful picture, the ink is dripping wet. Very suggestive, the style. The flower and grasses, they have the season remixed. Don't complain, my painting, don't complain. For recently, I guess recently too, in 2023, the way of heaven is full of misdeeds. How dare? How dare him? And then I found in Shanghai, I failed to see the real painting. My schedule doesn't fit. So right here, you find out another thing, right? Talking about the Confucian society is about hierarchy, it's about boundary, it's about know your role, you know your place. You notice all the subject matter melted together. Melted together, there is no boundary. However, the inscription tell you 笔端 right here, 笔尖 阴七七 blah blah blah, do something funny. Some subject matter. Who the heck is 阴七七? So I try to do some search. Then there's no Wikipedia. So anyway, 阴七七 from 神仙传 is about some mystical story, something Confucius hate to talk about. So 子不语怪力乱神, the master doesn't want to talk about the strange thing, violent thing, right? And 乱 the chaos, and 神 the spiritual being. So how do you criticize Confucianism and Confucian society? You use something he didn't like, he doesn't like. That's a great strategy. So I learned from another great scholar, also from Princeton, is the Andrew Blake, Pu Andy, am I right? So he studied the 4 great novels in Ming Dynasty. So he has a setup. He set up, right? So he found out that, every Ming society boy and young man, they need to learn 四书, the 4 great book, 四书, which is on the screen, right? 大学 and so on and so forth. And there's a pathway for a Confucian scholar to find the enlightenment, to gain knowledge, to study the world, etc., to be a gentleman. So from 心正 to get your heart rectified straight, and to regulate such a violent verb, don't you feel? Regulate your family, and so you can govern your state, then you can make a peace and create a tranquility for the world. And it is Andrew Blake's great insight to find out, don't we have 4 Ming novel, 小说, direct translation I love very much, small talk versus big, great learning. And so the setup inspired my Xu-wei study. So the 小说, the 西游记, long story short, the monkey represents 心, your heart, and 埋, 心, the same word. Why do you need to go to the West to find Buddha? No, 孟子云, 学问之道, 求其放心而已. To find your lost heart. So they are finding their heart, burying the desire, pig, and the monkey, and so on and so forth. They go to the West. No, you don't need to go to the West. You need to go inside your own heart. So 心不正, the heart is not straight, the Ming society. And Jinping made a famous, erotica, right? So they have the playboy and the wild, crazy woman as the main character. That's not the role model in history book. Then you follow, you see the point, right? So 水浒传, the society is not in peaceful order, and so 三国志, the civil war. So they really set up quite nicely. So therefore, I use my own framework to construct my study of Xu-wei. So we know they are pursuing 集大成, 孟子万章. And so the orthodox, the cultural endogamy of the canonical family. So you have a 集大成. Mencius, 孟子 uses 集大成 to praise Confucius. So the great synthesis, right? And that is a sage for our time, for all ages. Then there's another problem about the classification, because then 杂 which Xu was working on. Zha is miscellaneous, the leftover. The same thing goes with Hong Lou Meng. Jia Baoyu, the main character, was the leftover, right? Useless, meaning useless person. So that's Zha versus Ji Dacheng. I hope this works. And therefore, I set up Zha Hua versus the traditional Hua Niao, and the Zha Hua versus figure painting, figure sanshui, the landscape painting. And then, very importantly, Xu Wei, the man of letter, he figured out actually Confucianism is a text-based. I learned from Ying-chen. And so Ying-chen, thank you very much. So he used visual. Let's see whether or not that's true. Well, where's the time? Oh my God. Right, so the order of things, you don't need a microfocal to tell you. And Chinese people are also very critical. So Xu Wei is not just targeting flower or birds or crabs or mountain or rock. He is questioning the fundamental problem of the classification. So the famous Lu Ji, right, 4 seasons, then when you set up together, you can find Xu Wei is challenging, the Xu Wei basically provide an alternative, different order of things. And quite a monumental achievement because it was Shen Zhou who then picked up Chan tradition again during the Ming Dynasty, right? So Shen Zhou himself, a Wenren Huajia, a literati, he did not follow the traditional Wenren himself. He's wonderful. So we see all the animal and very Chan, you contemplate, you ge wu, you contemplate, you meditate, you study all things under the sun. So you know the Dao, you know the way, etc. So this is something Xu Wei probably know. So we put these together without the caption. I guess you don't need the caption for all of them. This is from the Xu Wei Nanjing. Then in Honolulu, I feel go to Honolulu. If I know, Dr. Stephen Little will be in Honolulu, I probably should. Anyway, so hi, Stephen. In Honolulu Museum, there's another Xu Wei show how rude he was. So when I learned that I must study Xu Wei, I'm a really also rude person, as you can tell already. So the inscriptions say, originally the pomegranate, right, because there's so many seeds inside, is 多子多孙. You have so many children, right? Very prosperous family in a way. That's the traditional meaning, a good meaning. But for Xu Wei, pomegranate turned into a weapon. 自贡明珠, his talent, right, the pearl-like talent, to do what? To hit the chair, the spiral, in general bird. So rude, don't you feel? What is he talking about? He's referring to the court painting tradition, the famous, Zhang Mengjian, 3 gentlemen, right? You keep your integrity during trying time. Now we should do right now. And Bian Wenjing. So I published something on Bian Wenjing, a small essay. There's 3 friends and 100 birds. I read Bian Wenjing's painting with two ways. First, who are the gentlemen, the true gentlemen, the true sage? And the main court is recruiting because the horrible Zhu Yuanzhang killed so many talent. So they don't want to serve, including Shen Zhou. They don't want to serve in the main court. So the court promised, I will grant you so many birds. Please, if you are the pine, plum tree, or whatever, gentlemen, please come to here. Another reading more horrifying. Who are the 3 friends of the winter? The court, the emperor. They name themselves as the sage. So all these birds are the scholar official who perch on the right tree, right? 良禽择木而栖. If you are a wise bird, you know which right tree to perch. Otherwise, it will be psst. And then, so if you put them together, all of a sudden you realize what did the birds mean? Possibly, of course, right? You always disagree with me. We should question everything. So that's Xu Wei. And so you know in Metropolitan, right, they're enjoying the garden and their fortune, and pay attention to the patch on the chest. So the Ming document show you Ming, the design for the official gown. They use birds as symbol. So the number one is Xianhe, the crane bird, which was showing here too. So they are very successful in a Confucian ism sense. They are the success, and Xu Wei was a failure in that way. I read composition in another way, which is vertical versus horizontal. So Xu Wei start to talking about something very pictorial. You cannot rely on the word, the text, to tell you what he means. We need to look at right, the picture is in the orientation, right, or rounded or triangle. So it's to me a miracle, because you know where Zhulin Qixian, right, the brick wall painting was located right there in Nanjing. So after I finished viewing Xu Wei's scroll, I tried to thank director Xu Huping, but he was busy, and I was staying in that room for the whole afternoon. I was so moved. Anyway, so you befriend with your not look like, but the people who know your music, your zhiyin, right? The people who know you, know your music. And we know Zhulin Qixian, they are possibly really underground protest art. If Gu Kaizhi has anything to do with this, he painted propaganda, also protest art. Gu Kaizhi is wonderful. Then you know the propaganda, right? That's Sun Huizong presumably playing qin, which Confucius love very much, right? And we are the official. Your job is to listen, not to speak. And Nanmian facing south, right? So the propaganda vertical, the painting is vertical in Beijing and horizontal. So this is friendship, equal and reciprocal. This is hierarchical, Jun-chen Lun. So two different models for human relation. So they are friends, so they use these to rearrange the figure, but they promote something inside a successful garden, miracle, Xianshan, Kunlun, and Yingzhou, and so on and so forth. And they are like Wang Xizhi, they are outside, so they are with Mother Nature. So Confucius and Taoist linked. Right? And so if you put these together, I literally, in my mind, I put these two together. Oh my God, I think this may be right, reading, one of them, many reading of painting, of course. So these are the friends, these are all friends together. And of course, Zhou Chen, such a wonderful painting, right? So the subject matter, the flower, can represent multiple things, and they are also everybody else in the wild. So you put a thing together. I learned this skill from Professor Barnhart, and we all learn from Abby Warburg, right? The famous picture array. So I will interpret the Nanjing Xu Wei scroll in another way. He's commenting on the most beautiful passage in Lun Yu, the text. When Confucius asks, right, hey, my student, if you got the opportunity, you have the power and the position, how would you govern? How you better society? They all answer a different way. However, somehow Confucius go the gay way. It look very gay, right? So Zhang Dian was playing qin. Then he didn't say anything until the master. How about you, Dian? How do you think? If you got the opportunity, what would you do? Oh, I'm not a Zilu, I'm not Zigong, and so on and so forth. I only think about, right, in this beautiful spring season, I will go with my friend, right, some young man, and they go to have a bath. Isn't that very gay in the stream, right? And then singing and dancing, return home, forgetting about there's a government. the best government to Confucius, at least to Zheng Dian, which Confucius agree, is that you don't notice, you forget about it. There's no need for government. And so I put a name together. Of course, I put the Chinese, sorry, because I run out of the space, right? So they are waiting for Phoenix. These gentlemen, they all learn from the Confucius text. So Zhou Dunyi loved lotus flower, also a Buddhist lover, I guess, right? Tao Yuanming several times, and Xu Wei himself, referring to Wang Wei possible, and then Wang Nian, and so on and so forth, because of the plant. And so they can also represent these gentlemen, referring to the history. And so one side note, my comment on the semiotic, I found the semiotic problem very interesting, but they refer outward. They send something, right? They send the image, oh, it referred to something, you know, the 3rd century or the 11th century something. It's always somewhere else. Now that's do not only outbound reference, but also inbound. How does artist Xu Wei bring those references back? Where? To not the text, but the picture. Does that make sense? Then see how they work together. That's what the semiotic means. Anyway, and I also compare Xu Wei's painting with San Shui of the famous, the magnificent Guoxi in Taipei. So the vertical, and you know, long story short, oh my God, I need a drink. And so Guoxi, in his theory described, right? How do you look at the landscape painting, the symbolism and all the meaning? One of the very important things is that you can see the great mountain as our Lord, monarch, very princely figure, right? The ruler. And then the little rock here and there are the subject. So the ruler and the ruled. And then the pine tree, the Changsong Tingting, the pine tree are gentlemen. Other smaller shrub and grasses and flowers, small thing here and there, are simply commoner. Oh my God. This is propaganda. One of the most beautiful political propaganda. You don't feel it until, right, you know Guoxi a little bit better, is 早春图. And if you feed Song Shenzong, right, so with this political reform, because Shenzong tried to reform the society, we know Wang Anshi and so on. If we succeed, the long winter will be gone. And now the society, right, rising up, and I borrow James Cahill, a beautiful description, the light and the life come from within, and the whole world wake up, right, and we have, wonderful society again, right? It's such a beautiful political propaganda in the best sense. That's vertical and hierarchical. All these formerly mentioned work, right, horizontal. So they are equal and reciprocal. That's 友情, the friendship. This is perfect Confucian society. So I read that way. I hope, and I make some note. So I remember, I'm so grateful because I did something really weird and awkward. It's my nature. And Professor Barnhart didn't stop me. So I couldn't do my research, I don't believe, in Taiwan, because probably my teacher would say that's a little extreme and not a very PG-13. So I borrow Bada Shanren. Bada Shanren follows Xu Wei, right? Do such a wild, passionate, cross the border diagonal. So if Shenzhou is a gentleman, very Apollonian, Xu Wei and Bada is Dionysus, right? Dionysian, and they are quite often drunk. And so I describe Xu Wei's painting very suggestive because as a reminder that we also know in Ming society, they debate Zhu-xi, they debate about what is the Confucius really mean, right? So they debate whether or not the Confucian ruling have anything to do with the human desire. And we know the left wing, leftist of Wang Yangming's school of philosophy, 左派王学, they say actually human nature, human desire is actually the way, right? The way. So it was very suggestive. And Bada Shanren used the donkey urine. Sorry, I guess you are all 18. Say to describe the ink. And I wrote, I need to get a file. I wrote in my dissertation, Xu Wei's painting looked like the bed sheet of a young boy's wet dream. And then projectile, he used that to attack bird. So he himself, right? I'm just having a wild guess, I guess, but Xu Wei saved me. Thank you. Xu Wei wrote this story himself. So, I mean, Confucius, right? Confucius say, how do you say the people should follow a gentleman, sage king's ruling? He used metaphor. The sage king's ruling is like a wind. When wind blow, the grass is the commoner need to bow their head and comply. Don't you find that image very horrible, horrifying? Xu Wei, on the other hand, right? Xu Wei is a very knowledgeable scholar. He of course know what Confucius was talking about. So about the garden, Xu Wei wrote this story himself. He said this garden and the flower prepared to have a wild party. All of a sudden, the very annoying wind, which also represent the tiger, right? You know, the dragon with claw and the tiger with wing, so on. So the wind just destroyed the flower in your garden and crash the party. So the pomegranate got very angry and he called us 石处处. So I guess I should change my name to 言志志. It's 因七七石处处言志志. Because 石处处 say, what are you doing, right? You can read the translation on the screen. And, you know, she argued. Then she say, the lady 18, why have you done this, right? Why are you doing this? So his question again, the way of heaven, the Dao, the ruling. So Xu Wei Bada Shanren provide a dynamic order of things. And so he painted a flower without birds because he expelled scholar official. He expelled words. That's amazing to me. A Wenren expelled text. He find out, how do you criticize Confucius? You do something Confucius don't do, which is painting. He did music, but painting. So when you put this together, you find, right, Shenzhou provide a very stable, very gentlemanliness, very gentle, very civilized, cultivated taste. Shenzhou is a great man. I love him very much. On the other hand, Xu Wei focus on the desire and expression and the dynamic, so almost like a desire, human desire, overflowed. So very gay painting. And the famous Dong Jichang, how can the landscape painting style from the dry linear to the blocky and in almost emergent and very dynamic Dong Jichang, you would put the Xu Wei in between. Then the Bada Shanren, the clean flying scroll. So I would say boldly, Bada Shanren use flower, 花鸟 to swallow, cannibalize the landscape painting. So I just do some comparison together, and then we put this together. I guess Xu Wei is the key figure. In some way, he's even more extreme because he expelled the poetry and the calligraphy. And that's my reading. Thank you very much. I run out of time. I'm grateful you don't yet have arrived.
I noticed Dr. Yen didn't drink any wine last night, but did you? Tonight you can, okay. You sure you didn't this morning? Okay, we have time for some questions if you like, and then we'll break for lunch at 1 o'clock exactly. So we have about 10 minutes.
Are you implying that the vertical scrolls are more pro-Confucius and pro-emperor, and the horizontal are more friendship and egalitarian? I'm simplifying way, way too much, but anyway.
Thanks. Possibly. I find the horizontal orientated composition, at least that's what I know. Maybe I missed something, right? But the hierarchy, for any hierarchy, high and low, top and bottom, you probably need to distinguish their position in the composition. The top and the low place in the composition. So the vertical is more, how do you say, convenient for that purpose. But of course, I could be wrong because I remember it is Professor Barnhart show us, right? Bada Shanren paint the fish in the sky and the bird perch at the bottom on a rock. So they are kind of purposely play with these elements, top and the bottom. Sky and water in a certain way. But that's all after 16th, 17th century, not the earlier painting. Earlier painting are much more civilized.
This is probably a question for you, Peter. I know you have been studying one of the contemporary artists, Zhang Daqian, and
I'm sorry, who?
Zhang Daqian.
Oh, Zhang Daqian. Okay.
Yeah. So the question is, you think Zhang Daqian is still follow the tradition of painting lotus or using lotus as a symbol in his work, or he is trying to do something else?
So we're talking about Zhang Daqian now? Lotus. Well, he was a great painter of lotus, no doubt about that. And I think he added to the tradition. His Zhang Daqian created very sensual images out of lotus. And he was such a master at handling the ink and brush. I think he probably very much enjoyed that as subject matter. But I don't have much more of an answer to your question, sorry. Other questions, comments?
Hi. I thought the second talk was very interesting, and the question I have is in the history of kind of Chinese expression or painting, is there a similar sort of esoteric tradition that occurs in the West about the closet and how queer people communicate their desires in a kind of coded way that's accessible to other queer people? So is there some kind of parallel tradition in China? And is this talk, does that fit into it? And then the other, not so much a question, but an observation, but similarly thinking about the esoteric, not in relationship to personal expression or desire, but to politics. Is there any way to read the Bada Scroll as a commentary not just on death, but on also the kind of passing of politics and his own precariousness, the way regimes come and go, perhaps an allusion to future change? So kind of a question to both in thinking about codedness and esoteric traditions.
Well, regarding codedness, certainly paintings were used as a form of personal communication. And sometimes we're kind of privy to those meanings and sometimes we're not. I think in general, what you're referring to, kind of the, the expression of queer values perhaps from one friend to another, that I don't know. I think perhaps when you get, of course, closer into more recent times, you find a lot more of that possibility. As in terms of traditional Chinese art, I'm not really that familiar with it. But yes, I do believe that paintings were used as for coding messages, friends, personal communication. But it depends on the circumstance. Everything is, depends on the context here. And your second question about regarding Bada Shanren and the possibility of political meanings or the kind of perhaps the hope that the regime will change again, it's hard for me to see that. By 1697, when he did that scroll, I think his life was all about finding redemption and finding peace with his own, tortured life through so many years. I think the hopes for the Ming reunification had largely faded by the 1670s, even perhaps a little bit earlier than that. So it would have been very difficult for any kind of expression of another regime change to take place. And it certainly wouldn't have been tolerated by anybody who was privy to that kind of information.
Question. I think you should refer whether there's a queer aspect of communication. Maybe Shou-chih has something to say. And also something to amend your comment on Bada Shanren. Maybe not so much of Bada Shanren, but he's always entrust some kind of hope there. And there are other lawyers painter who actually much more radical. So there are, some art you can find that, they're entrusting certain hope of changing regime or the so-called Ming restoration movement.
By that late date, though? By that late date, by 1700, more or less?
Not it's on an earlier stage.
Right, earlier,
but,
for sure.
But it's there. So I wonder, Shou-chih, you have any comment about in Chinese art, any queer communication? I know literature, definitely.
I know very little. In fact, I guess there are several articles in the books on the Chinese history of, you may say, gender in general, including homoerotic literature and so on. The picture. I guess I will share my observation this way. I guess the classification, the tricky thing about any classification at all is it is always potential, it's a possibility to just reverse the category. You use the same name, but reverse and change the meaning through and through. For example, queer, right? I learned in American that is a really bad word in around the 1950s, before that and around, right? But now queer is something to celebrate or even at least recognize, but even celebrate. And I also learned from Michael Jackson, when you say bad boy, you actually mean gray boy. So I guess that's possibly why Xu is simply pure speculation. He later realized, the problem is the word. In talking about the Chan tradition, I wasn't there, but they say before Shakyamuni passed away, entered the true nirvana, he taught the real lesson about Chan with not words, but a smile. So words. So word is talking about agency. Word is the most powerful and also horrifying agency that human invented. We learned from the TV news, right? If anything talking about any problem, some party will say, why don't you read the Bible? You see, it's referring back to a piece of text. And why we have a Supreme Court? Because their job is most importantly to interpret a piece of text we call Constitution. And so I'm simply guessing, right? Guesstimation. Xu Wei realized this, so he get rid of the poetry and the calligraphy on the scroll. He recognized the picture plan. I guess one modern modern artist recognition about the nature of the pictorial art is to recognize there's a picture plan. So it's not a copy of the world, but something man-made. And talking about the Ying-chen is a person who is the college student's best friend because his power is to change time and space. His power is that you don't need to wait to brew any wine. So if you need a tequila, call Ying-chen immediately. If you need a flower to blossom in any season, according to Shen Xianzhuan, at least that's what they say. I'm simply quoting. Is that you call Ying-chen, he will say, oh, you need a rose, here's the rose. So he is the magician who travels through time and space and appear anywhere he wants, and you don't need to wait for the wine. And I guess Xu Wei will love that. I guess the college student will adore him. Sorry, I talk too much like Xu Wei. I should drink. Thank you so much.
We have time for about one more question. I have a simple question for you, Shou-chih. I always thought that Xu Wei drank Shaoxing wine, which is rice wine, right? I mean, that's where he was from, Shaoxing. But he drank bean wine? I had no idea. He wasn't there, okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene in about 2:15. There's another question? Okay.
If we have a moment, Professor Yen, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. My question is, I found it interesting, really fascinating, that you mentioned the interpretation of the scroll could be looked at and interpreted backwards. Are you revisiting some scrolls in your work that you're doing now and finding different meanings if you're reading the scroll backwards?
That's when I feel so sad because the personnel is actually Zhongshan Jinwang Liu Sheng. Actually, the person's name is Liu Sheng in Nanjing Museum. When he say, your time is up. So when he rolled back, and I would just stick my neck out and read, and I found something odd. That is another order. So I was just looking at the Nanjing scroll. And also any scroll at all, any scroll. For example, talking about Zhang Daqian, he has a famous piece, Changjiang Wanli, the 10,000 miles of Yangtze River, currently in Taipei National Museum. So he painted, untraditionally, he painted from Sichuan, Sichuan province near Tibetan mountain in the west, toward Shanghai, the delta of Yangtze River. But he painted Sichuan there in the west, traditionally, and painted Shanghai here. So you can view either way, because you roll, right? And that couldn't possibly, if you paint like a Hokusai, the waterfall, usually you don't do that, but of course, if we get all drunk, we can read from the bottom to the top. So the hand scroll is something that I find they provide different opportunity. The point is also that isn't the case for word. English read in a certain way, Chinese read in a certain way, and a sentence you dictate, right? The viewer follow this order and to get a meaning. But the painting, there's no such a limitation. So I guess the pictorial form provided so much opportunity and possibility for Xu Wei, and he's calling for change. One more Ying-chen story. Ying-chen 7 times 7, 49. The 49 hexagon in Bagua system is 革命, revolution. He's calling for a change. Ying-chen, that's my reading at least. Really wild and got drunk by water. Santa Barbara water is a miracle.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. So we'll start our afternoon program. We're going to have 3 speakers. First will be Professor Stephen Little, and then Ying-chen Peng. No, Yun-chen Liu. I mixed you two names. Yun-chen, Yun-chen Liu, and Ying-chen Peng. Okay, so let me just first briefly introduce Dr. Little. We're all from the same school. Yeah, we have 3 generations. Dick and you and I and Peter, and now have Yun-chen and Ying-chen, right? The 3rd generation. Oh, and Shou-chih, 2nd generation. Anyway, I just confirmed you finished at 87, but actually you already left New Haven, right? So we just missed each other. So you are the legendary figure when I entered the PhD program. I heard about you, but never seen you until we visit you at Cleveland. I think Stephen Little is probably the most dynamic curator and scholar in the field. Very hard to catch up with him. It's always coming up with something. And I will let him introduce his recent upcoming show at LACMA. He grew up in South Asia and Middle East, right? Very unusual background. And he actually, before entering PhD program, I knew he already an expert in Chinese Asian ceramic. He learned from the museum, San Francisco Asian Art Museum. So ever since he has been Asian art curator for 5 museums, from Asian Art Museum, San Francisco, Cleveland Museum of Art, Art Institute in Chicago, and also Honolulu Academy of Art. And he was also the director of Honolulu, the Academy of Art, before coming to the LA. Now he's at LACMA. Again, his publication also hard to keep up with. So many books and catalog and a wide range. And made most impression to me is Taoism and the Art of China in 2000. And Chinese painting from Japanese collection, that was a big operation. And in LA, we benefit tremendously, from it with our graduate seminar class. So it's a 17th century Chinese painting from the Chao family collection, and that won 2 big awards, right? And he also spearheaded the project, studying the Bhutanese Buddhist art, and published the book titled The Dragon's Gift, The Sacred Art of Bhutan. And he also, taught in many schools, from University of Virginia, University of Chicago, and University of London, Harvard, and UCLA too. And more than one time, right? Twice, as I remember. In Occidental colleges. So, and I know I just learned he has some big show coming. So I may let him, announce it, take a minute. So now please join me to welcome Dr. Stephen Little.
Thank you, Hui-shu. It's a great pleasure to be here. Long trip up from LA. But I just want to thank Susan Tai for the invitation to speak here. It's a fantastic show. And I was really fortunate to see the bigger version of the show in New York late last year. But this is a remarkable achievement, so I just want to congratulate you and Willow High, also in New York. I don't usually promote my shows, but I'll just tell you quickly what's coming up at LACMA. It has nothing to do with this. We're getting a gift of about 500 works of Korean art from a donor born in a royal palace in Korea, now living 50 years in LA in February. Korean painting, calligraphy, ceramics, stones, scholar stones. And then in October, a show I've been working on for 5 years, a global history of cosmology through the window of works of art. I was supposed to be an astronomer. I was briefly an undergraduate in Carl Sagan's department at Cornell until I failed calculus twice and became an art historian. So here we are. Here we are. So I'm going to speak just briefly, some random notes about the role of paintings of flowers at the imperial courts in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Flowers, as we've seen this morning, have a long history in the symbolism within Chinese culture. We've heard already today about peach flowers, peach trees, plum blossoms, orchids, and I'm neither a botanist nor an ornithologist, but one can't study Chinese art, and one especially cannot study Chinese painting without paying attention to flowers and their symbolism. And because flowers carry so many degrees of symbolism, I look at them as one might look at any Chinese painting, or indeed any Chinese poem, as what you see and what you don't see. There's what you see on the surface, and then there's what's lurking behind, sometimes not too far behind what you see, but sometimes quite deep. And flowers in particular can have, an individual flower can have quite a broad range of associations, and very often political as well. So I think just as one looks in a poem for the meanings, the illusions that are hidden below the surface, one must be open to those kinds of connections when looking at paintings of flowers and paintings of flowers and birds, the whole category of hua niao. I'm really going to focus on the Qing dynasty, but I want to just show a few images of earlier images of flowers. This is an incredibly famous work by Emperor Huizong of the Northern Sung dynasty. It might be the only one still in a private collection in Japan. It is a national treasure of Japan, and not even Japanese. And even when it's loaned to museums in Japan, it's loaned only for a few days, usually. But it's dated 1107, this emperor was a fantastic painter, not only of flowers and birds, but also he painted landscapes, figures, as we saw before lunch. And the peach tree here is such a profound symbol within Chinese culture and within Chinese art. Peaches are symbols of fertility. They are symbols of longevity. They are associated with immortals, and especially with the ancient Taoist goddess, the Queen Mother of the West, who ruled a paradise far to the west of China, the Kunlun paradise, that had a special peach tree that blossomed only once every 3,000 years. And if you, as a human, might be lucky enough to steal one of those peaches, as one is said to have done, you would instantly become an immortal if you ate it. Peaches also have a deeper, and peach trees have a deeper association in Chinese religious culture. The wood of peach trees were made for exorcistic wands, at least as early as the Han Dynasty. And the Queen Mother herself is mentioned in the Zhuangzi, already in the 4th century BCE. And even today, Taoist priests use swords, wooden swords made of peach wood for their rituals. So this tradition focusing on peaches is multi-layered, multivalent, and still very powerful. Plum blossoms are everywhere in Chinese culture. I'm thrilled to show this painting at the Met, viewing plum blossoms by moonlight, given by John Crawford in honor of Alfreda Merck, who is with us today. If you're interested in the symbolism of plum blossoms, I can recommend nothing better than the great exhibition catalog done on the show devoted to plum blossoms at the Yale University Art Gallery in 1985, which was an amazing deep dive into the culture, not only visual culture, but also poetry of plum blossoms. And we'll come back to plum blossoms in a few minutes. And this is by a court painter, Ma Yuan, whose work we saw in Hui-shu's talk before lunch. Paintings of flowers and flowers themselves have always been powerful symbols in the imperial courts and for the imperial families of China. And the largest amount of evidence we have for that is from the dynasties that are closest to us today, the Ming and the Qing. The Xuan De Emperor, who ruled China in the early 15th century, was himself a painter, as were many emperors in the Chinese tradition. These are two paintings by him. The one on the left is in the Nelson Atkins Museum in Kansas City, Missouri, and the one on the right is in the Harvard University Art Museums. They're both dated, I think, 1427. The focus would seem to be on animals, dogs in this case, Saluki hounds on the right, and even though I have dogs, I don't know what kind of dog that is. But there are plants here. The plants are important. The bamboo, another ancient symbol, although it's a grass, not a flower, of human virtues, of strength, endurance, but also resilience and flexibility. All virtues highly prized in traditional Chinese culture. And what I think are lilies, and again, I'm not a botanist over here. I'm not a specialist on lilies, so I will not try and explain that to you. But paintings of flowers were really prevalent, especially in the early Ming court in the 15th century. And among court painters of what is loosely called the Zhe school, the heyday was almost certainly the reign of the Hongzhi emperor from 1488 to 1505. This is a period of the lifetime of Shenzhou, who was not a court painter, the rise of the Wu school of literati painting in the Jiangnan region, but without question the heyday of court painting. And I want to just focus on a few early Ming court paintings because they differ in some substantial ways from Qing dynasty court paintings. There are similarities, but there are also differences. This is one of the more spectacular sets and a rare intact set of four-season paintings by the great Hongzhi period court painter Lu Ji. Birds and Flowers of the Four Seasons, which are now in the Tokyo National Museum. There are many individual hanging scrolls of this type by Lu Ji, but it's very rare to find an intact set of four, and these almost certainly came to Japan either in the late Muromachi period or certainly by the early Edo period. They represent from right to left spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They combine imagery and symbolism of birds and flowers, plum blossoms on the right in spring, and what do we have, peonies, I think. I can't remember what's autumn, but winter, nandina berries, gardenias. And these are big paintings. These are many, not all, but many of the great court paintings created in the 15th century at the Ming court were large, meant to be hung on palace walls, bureaucratic walls with high ceilings. They carry messages, not only the symbolism of the flowers, but also They are luxurious objects. And they would have been created alongside paintings from Chinese history, from Chinese mythology. Paintings for the court in this period very often carried a moral message of some time. And they might even include images in the narrative vein of kinds of images you probably wouldn't see in the Qing court. For example, the great painter Wu Wei, who also was a contemporary of Liu Ji, who himself worked for 3 different Ming emperors, painted images of, drawn from the chapter in the Zhuangzi, the ancient Taoist text, the chapter called Giving Away a Throne, in which early rulers of China in the pre-imperial age wake up one day and realize they're not fit to be emperor. They're not worthy to be the ruler. So they call their court together and say, we're going out into the remote countryside, into a mountain. We're going to find a hermit or a farmer or a fisherman or a bum sitting by the side of the road, and I'm going to give him the throne because he's unpolluted by politics. He's a pure person. And the courtiers are horrified. But they go out, they find someone. There are so many stories like this, which were commissioned by Ming emperors. These aren't flower paintings, but they're good examples of propaganda. Not that any emperor thinks of giving away their throne. That's rare, if unheard of. But they're thinking about it. That's the point. And the whole point of images like this are ultimately symbols of good government. They're symbols of the world, the Chinese empire, the universe operating as it should, in a natural, comfortable, flowing way. And paintings like this are not only symbols of the seasons, but as a group of paintings, they are symbols of good government. They are symbols of a nation well governed, where the seasons, which are predictable, regular, not just on a terrestrial level, but on a cosmic level, representing and symbolizing as a set of 4 paintings the annual cycle of yin to yang and back, which is predictable, regular, reassuring. This is a wonderful little painting of a boy riding a goat, which was acquired around 2005 by the Honolulu Academy of Arts, now the Honolulu Museum of Art, from the Richard Lane collection in Japan. Richard Lane was a world-famous specialist on Japanese woodblock prints, on ukiyo-e prints. He lived in Japan for 50 years. He was a obsessed collector. After he passed away, he had promised his library of 10,000 books to the museum in Hawaii, and he died without a will. So I got a call one day from the consulate in Osaka, the American consulate, saying, have you ever heard of Richard Lane? We've been asked by the court in Kyoto, which had taken over his estate because there was no will, there was no evidence of a family. I said I'd never met him, but he wrote me a letter 10 years ago promising us his library. They said, well, you better come look. So I went several months later to Kyoto, went to his house. It was like those TV shows about hoarders. You could barely walk. It was a large 3-story house, concrete at the end of a dirt road near a cemetery, steel shutters, padlocked shut over the windows. It was like a fortress of a madman. Inside was a library of 10,000 books. But the astonishing thing was every room I passed, going down every hallway, was so dense with scroll paintings, from floor to ceiling, just stacks, like that picture of Paul Pelliot at the cave in Dunhuang with 40,000 Buddhist manuscripts from the Tang Dynasty and the 10th century. This was a man who bought at least 10 paintings a week for 50 years. Mostly Japanese paintings. A third of them turned out to be fake. That left about 8,000 scrolls. Mostly Edo, Meiji, 200, 300 Meiji paintings. Taisho paintings, Korean paintings, Chinese paintings. And this was one of the Chinese paintings that caught my eye. It was badly damaged. We had it restored after it came to Honolulu. This turned out to be by a Ming court artist. And it's a classic New Year's image. The little boy is a classic image of a male child Goats are synonymous and homonyms with the word for good fortune. Up at the top of the painting are plum blossoms and pine, and there's a beautiful, strange blue rock off to the right. The plum blossoms, a symbol of spring, but a symbol of so many other things also. Beauty, purity, transience, they don't last long. Speaking of falling flowers, they fall quickly. And one shouldn't overlook the mushrooms at the bottom. This is the Lingzhi mushroom, the mushroom of immortality. And it's incredible that certainly by the 5th century, by the 6th dynasties period, the pharmacology of mushrooms was extensive. Whole books just about mushrooms. Mushrooms that were so sacred that you could only see them if you were morally pure, if you were worthy. They would be invisible otherwise. The great Tao Hong Jing, the great Taoist alchemist and artist who worked for Liang Wudi, the Liang emperor, to whose court Bodhidharma came from India, wrote extensively about mushrooms. And this is also a symbol of that boundary between longevity and good fortune and immortality, which in Chinese culture is a very, very thin, permeable boundary between longevity and immortality. And immortality in China doesn't just mean living forever. It has a whole different variety of meanings. You can't become an immortal unless you're a morally pure person to begin with. You cannot even study and learn the secrets of immortality, which, if you're successful, enable you essentially to transcend the boundaries of space and of time. And there are hundreds of immortals in Chinese culture, and this is one of their emblems also. So this painting touches on this world and the next world, besides being on the surface just a wish for good fortune in the new year. When we had the painting remounted, I noticed a very, very pale and almost disappeared inscription. You see these traces of Chinese characters here, which had been, some of them half trimmed, or even a third of them trimmed, which happens. Paintings are damaged, they get trimmed. But we were able to decipher this. And this is the signature, Jin Yi Qianhu Lu Wenying. Lu Wenying was another great court painter at the court of the Hongzhi Emperor, famous for landscapes, figures. The title indicates his rank in the embroidered uniform guard, which was really the emperor's secret service, but in the Ming, court painters were given titles that were held by the officers of the embroidered uniform guard. So this painting, which came to the museum as anonymous, is now a Lu Wenying, signed, and he produced a number of these paintings. There's one, at least one or two more of these versions of this in Japanese collections. This is a portrait of the Qianlong Emperor, one of the most important, if not the most important, emperor of the Qing dynasty. He ruled for 60 years. He was the 4th Qing emperor. This is a portrait made at the time that he became emperor, painted by the Italian Jesuit priest Giuseppe Castiglione, known in Chinese as Lang Shining, who was certainly, until the painter's death, the Qianlong Emperor's favorite imperial portrait painter. The Cleveland Museum has a great hand scroll showing the emperor with his empresses and concubines, not all of them painted by Lang Shining. But if you were an emperor of China, regardless of the dynasty you ruled, it behooved one to use art as propaganda. And the Qianlong Emperor was, among other things, including an incredibly gifted linguist. He knew many languages. He didn't trust translators. He was a very skillful military leader. He was a strong, firm, sometimes ruthless politician. He had many children, which complicated his life as it would for any emperor or empress who had many children. He was also a painter, not a great painter. But we know from things he wrote himself later in life that he started to study painting when he was 19, several years before he became emperor. And he writes that as a young student of painting, he focused exclusively on bird and flower painting. And these were his favorite models. The 10th century painter Ying-chen, now, he owned this painting, but I don't think he owned it when he was a prince. But this is one of the paintings which came into his collection later in life. But Ying-chen, one of the great early known masters of bird and flower painting. This is a wonderful, rare painting, a sketch of birds and a turtle that he did for his son, the painter did for his son, as just something to practice from. The Qianlong Emperor also specifically mentions the early Southern Song painter Yun-chen. This is a signed work by Yun-chen in Taipei. When we look at the Qianlong Emperor's own paintings of flowers, and these are 3 examples, and a tree, one can see they don't quite match the standard of his favorite models, but he painted throughout his life. He had a large body of court painters who worked for him, who created all kinds of paintings of his southern tours of southern China, paintings of Buddhist and Taoist temples that the imperial family supported throughout China, topographical paintings. This was a period also when the emperor was, or the imperial family, and particularly the Chinese, the Qing emperors, were very interested in Western technology, Western art. Jesuit priests were welcomed into the Forbidden City as long as they did not proselytize, and they brought with them, and as you know, Jesuits are famously well-educated Catholics, brought with them knowledge of all kinds of up-to-date sciences from Europe, astronomy among them, cartography, very important. The Jesuits, under the Kangxi Emperor, the Qianlong Emperor's grandfather, helped the Chinese negotiate the border with Tsarist Russia in the 1680s or 90s because the Jesuits drew more precise maps than anyone else, over hundreds of miles of that Russian-Chinese border. The Jesuits brought with them knowledge of meteorology, even anatomy, hydraulics, and art. And so after Lang Shening, and largely because of him, there's a whole generation of Chinese court painters in the Qing court in the 18th century and extending all the way through the 19th century that have a distinctly Europeanized look with perspective, chiaroscuro, shading, and so on. Now, you might find it odd that I'm talking about paintings by Lu Zhi, a literati painter from the Ming Dynasty, in the context of the Qing Dynasty court. But whereas for the early Ming court in the 15th century and even into the early 16th century, court paintings tended to be large, colorful, imbued with messages that would be uplifting for the bureaucracy, even for other members of the imperial family. And a type of painting which I think one can say in general looked to the Song Dynasty in terms of its lineage. Realistic, precise, beautiful, often magnificently luxurious in the choice of mineral colors, silk rather than paper, more often than not. And it's not to say that those kinds of large images were not produced in the Qing court, they were. But in terms of the kinds of painting that the Qianlong Emperor and his children and his family preferred, it was more understated paintings, literati paintings that looked more to the Yuan dynasty for inspiration. This was, to some extent, the reason for that could be laid at the feet of the great late Ming painter Dong Jichang, whom the Qianlong Emperor held up as a great model, not only as a painter, but as a calligrapher and as a collector. I'm just going to show you two paintings here by Lu Zhi. He was a student of Wen Zhengming. There's a beautiful Lu Zhi painting in the exhibition upstairs, which I'll show you in a moment, of swallows with pear blossoms. This is a really rare winter landscape by Lu Zhi. It's entirely monochromatic. In the Yamato Bunkakan in Nara, it's been in Japan for about 100 years, probably came in the Meiji period. This is, well, I should say Lu Zhi was unusual as a literati painter because in his day he was as famous for landscape paintings, for which he is best known today, and flower paintings. Of all the greatest masters of the Wu school, the literati painters of the Suzhou area, most of them known primarily for landscape painting. Shenzhou stands out as someone who did many flower paintings, and Lu Zhi. And many of his flower paintings survive. This one also in Japan in the Seikado Bunko in Tokyo is of lotus, and a rock, a stone, a beautiful stone. And it's pristine. One thing, when you look at Chinese paintings that have been in Japanese collections for many, many years, and I'm talking centuries quite often, one thing that distinguishes them from Chinese paintings is that they don't have collector seals. Japanese do not put collector seals on their paintings, with two exceptions. If you're the shogun, you can put your seal. Or if you are a Buddhist temple, you can put your seal. Individual owners do not put their collector seals. In Japan, there is there's almost a sense that the space of the painting is sacred and what's there is the work of the artist and you don't clutter it up. Instead, we know a lot about provenance of Chinese paintings in Japan because the Japanese will inscribe the box or write a note and put it in the box. But this is a very good example of a Chinese flower painting from the 16th century that may have been in Japan since the 16th century. And one can guess that, one can surmise that from the complete lack of any seals except those of the artist. It's interesting that another great Wu school painter, Chou Ying, who was a professional artist, but in many ways a literati artist, and despite being a professional, his primary audience was a highly literate audience. Most of his paintings are very literary. Painted very few flower paintings. One might expect Chou Ying, who is a very decorative painter, extremely accomplished painter, a chameleon who could paint in 20 different styles on the same day, a painter said to be illiterate. We now know him to be quite literate, to have been able to write beautiful letters. There are only two flower paintings left to us by Chou Ying today. This is one, a fan painting in the Shanghai Museum of crabapple and birds, formerly in the collection of Wu Hu Fan in the early 20th century. And this wonderful painting of Narcissus and plum, very specifically a New Year's image. Narcissus are often forced to bloom in the new year, and plum blossoms, as I said, come out very early in the year. This was painted for Chou Ying's greatest patron, the great collector Xiang Yanbian, who was only the second biggest collector in Chinese history of paintings and calligraphies after the Qianlong Emperor. It's one of Chou Ying's only dated paintings in his own hand. And it could be a Lu Zhi, it's on silk, but Chou Ying generally did not paint flower paintings. Just as a footnote, if you're interested in connoisseurship, there's a beautiful copy, a tracing copy of the original painting on the left in the Freer Gallery on the right. Oddly bought as an original Chou Ying by James Cahill in 1960, because he didn't know then of the existence of the painting. The copy's on paper, the original is on silk. It is recorded in the Qianlong catalog. Qianlong Emperor owned this painting, he inscribed it. And there's a lovely fake Qianlong inscription up at the top there, probably written by what the Chinese called a borrowed brush, a daibi. And every emperor had a pool of calligraphers who could write in their style when needed. This is the painting by Lu Zhi in the exhibition. It is It was also owned by the Qianlong Emperor. It is also recorded in the second edition of the Qianlong catalog, pair of blossoms and a pair of swallows. It's a beautiful painting for a number of reasons, not only because it's a classic, elegant image of birds and flowers by Lu Zhi, but also because it has inscriptions by, I think, Wen Zhengming, Lu Zhi's teacher, at the top right on a piece of paper that was added to the painting. You can, I think, barely see the join there. And at least six of Wen Zhengming's other students, in addition to Lu Zhi. Both of Wen Zhengming's sons, Wen Peng and Wen Jia, inscribed this painting. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Wen Peng. Yes, Wen Peng and, anyway, another of his progeny. So it's a joint work. The poems all celebrate the flowers, and Lu Zhi's inscription is at the upper right here on the original painting. It's also inscribed by the Qianlong Emperor, and this is the kind of painting that the Qianlong Emperor loved very much. Very different from those glorious, colorful, bold, luxurious early Ming court paintings of flowers. This is not a court painting, but it becomes a court object. It becomes an object to be shared in the court with the Qianlong Emperor's children, with his family, with his favorite officials. And the Qianlong Emperor loved looking at this painting. Even after he abdicated, he still brought it out to look at and impress his seals. And we know now which seals he used after his abdication and which ones he used before. It's recorded, as I said, in the imperial Qianlong catalog, Shou-chih Baoji. This is the second Lu Zhi painting that was in the Qianlong collection that I'd like to show you. This is not as well known. It's in the Honolulu Museum of Art. It was acquired in 1956 by Gustav Ecke, the great expert on Chinese furniture, who was the first academically trained curator of Asian art in Honolulu. It depicts plum blossoms, and it's painted in a very spare, dry style in which Lu Zhi really specialized. There is a poem at the upper right by Lu Zhi, and here is the Qianlong Emperor's inscription. Interestingly, this painting, although it bears the seal of the imperial catalog of paintings, the Shou-chih Baoji, it's not recorded. There's no record of it in that book, although it has the seal. We don't know why. It's not the only example like that. It may have been given away before it was actually, it may have been owned by the emperor, then given away as a gift. That is known to have happened. But as an image of plum blossoms, the poem is very important, as any poem on any Chinese painting is, in that Lu Zhi's poem specifically alludes to poems by the greatest master of poems about plum blossoms in Chinese history, the great 11th century Northern Song poet Lin Bu, who lived on a little island in Hangzhou, a true hermit. I think the only hermit I know of in Chinese history who was given a stipend by the Song Emperor to be a hermit. Something we should all aspire to. Beautiful poems that survive. His most famous one describes the image, the reflection in West Lake of the plum blossoms in moonlight, and their subtle fragrance of the blossoms. And those are alluded to in Lu Zhi's poem. The last painting by Lu Zhi I want to show you does not exist. But it exists in a copy by a son of the Qianlong Emperor. It's called Green Peony, and it is painted by Yongrong, who was the sixth of many sons. I think the Qianlong Emperor had at least 14 sons. Yongrong was an official. The painting here is dated 1771, so it was painted during the Qianlong Emperor's lifetime. There was a painting of a peony by Lu Zhi recorded as being in the Qianlong Emperor's collection, but it is no longer known. It has disappeared. So I can't tell you whether this work, or the degree to which this work, and here's a detail of the peony, was faithful. In Yongrong's inscription, which is up here, in his little note, he says this is a free copy, Lin Ban, a freehand copy of a painting by Lu Zhi. What I find interesting about this painting, other than the well-known symbolism of peonies, which may be the most symbolically common or popular flower in China, symbolizing wealth, honor, things to aspire to in traditional Chinese culture. It's inscribed with poems, not by the Qianlong Emperor, but by 6 of his sons. First, the painter, Yongrong, who was also a high official. The incredible bibliographic project, the great compendium of books called the Siku Chuanshu, one of the most important compendium of knowledge ever produced in China. Yongrong was one of the heads of that multi-year project. But Yongrong being the 6th son of Qianlong, the painting also has poems by the 4th son, the 8th son, the 11th son, and the 12th son. So this was clearly done at a almost certainly done at a gathering, where the kind of gathering the Qianlong Emperor himself often organized, where he would invite usually the highest ranking officials in the court in the Forbidden City or ministers to come, look at paintings, and then everyone would inscribe a poem. The Qianlong Emperor would write a poem, and then everyone else at the party would have to compose, at that moment, off the top of their head, a poem that rhymed with the rhyme scheme of the Qianlong Emperor's poem. So these paintings, whether from the Ming Dynasty or the Sung Dynasty, or in this case from the Qianlong Emperor's own lifetime, become stages for performance. Because this kind of performance of calligraphy, anyone in the court of any substantial status had to be able to compose a poem on any subject at any time of night or day, any time. It's such a different world from our world. I can imagine perhaps in Shakespearean England, there was that expectation among literate people that you could compose a poem at midnight on moonlit shadows or birds in the mountains. Also inscribing poems on this painting were several nephews of the Qianlong Emperor and 2 high-ranking officials. Now, it's quite possible the original Lu Zhi painting survives somewhere, and maybe it will appear someday. I'm going to end just with a quick story about peonies, because peonies are not only symbols of wealth, good fortune, high honor, but they also, like so many flowers, have a political meaning as well. And to illustrate that, I'm going to show you not a court painting, but a late Qing painting by the figure painter Gai Qi. This is in the Honolulu Museum of Art. It was given to the museum when I was curator there around 1990. It was found in a cedar chest on a banana farm on Oahu with a bunch of other random paintings. I don't know how it even got there. What do we see here? We see 4 scholars, and they each have a peony in their hat. One of them is the great Northern Song statesman Wang Anshi, who was for a time appointed to a position in the city of Yangzhou. Now, the most famous peonies in all of China came from Luoyang, the ancient capital in north-central China. And they were planted by the Sui emperors and the early Tang emperors, and the great Tang Empress Wu Zetian loved peonies and had hundreds of them planted in Luoyang. So Luoyang is also a symbol, peonies are also a symbol of a city. And during the Northern Sung Dynasty, when this event takes place, another official, not Wang Anshi, invited his friends to come and to celebrate the beauty of the symbols. And this took place not in Luoyang, but in Yangzhou, which competed with Luoyang by the Song Dynasty in terms of the beauty, the competing beauty of the peonies of these two cities. The gentlemen got these peonies put in their hats, and later, each one of them became a prime minister or a chancellor. So, and we know this story is recorded in the Northern Song Dynasty by the great scholar Shengguo in his book Mengxi Bitan, the essays from the dream pool. And there was a phrase, four ministers with peonies in their hats. So if you could get a peony in your hat, it was said you guaranteed to become the prime minister. So peonies have, like so many flowers, this enormous range of meanings, which certainly for people working in the court, writing poetry, incredibly well-read people who conversed with using allusions to the past as a daily part of life, knowing your flower symbolism was critical for your future, your job, your well-being. Thank you.
Perfect ending. A gathering, peony gathering in Yangzhou. Speaking of Yangzhou, our next speaker, the Yangzhou expert, be Dr. Professor Yun-chen, Yun-chen. She's currently assistant professor of art history, history of art and architecture at the DePaul University in Chicago. And she's like her mentor, Peter Sturman, one of the scholars very evenly, can handle both Chinese painting and calligraphy, and also expand to East Asian interregional art history. So before the coming to America, UCSB, she also worked as a researcher at National Palace Museum in Taiwan and pre-doc research fellow at the Smithsonian National Museum of Asian Art. She received her PhD degree in 2022, and ever since has been teaching at the DePaul. Yun-chen has been working on 18th century Yangzhou with a specific, focus on art and the relationship of disabilities. So that's a very kind of unique angle, also very refreshing. So that's welcome, Yun-chen, and I don't have your title, but I think we'll show on the PowerPoint in a minute. And I know it's on Yangzhou, right? Yeah. That's welcome, Professor Yun-chen Li.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a great honor to be here, to be part of the lecture series, to present with my professors, Professor Peter Sturman, Professor Hui-shu Li, and my professor's professor, Professor Richard Barnhart. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I would like to first thank Susan Tai for organizing this wonderful event and for inviting me. And thank you, Professor Sturman. I wouldn't be here without your support. So this is the title of my talk today, Flowers in the Snow, Before and After Gao Fenghan's Disability. For this talk, I will focus on Gao Fenghan's Flowers scroll, which is part of this exhibition. Before discussing the scroll, I would first like to give a brief introduction to Gao Fenghan and this painting's connection with other artists and paintings in the exhibition. Gao lived during the early to mid-Qing dynasty. He was born in 1683 and died in 1749. When talking about Gao Fenghan, the first thing that comes to most people's mind is his left-handed work that he developed in Yangzhou after the paralysis of his right hand. This painting from the Santa Barbara Art Museum collection is a left-handed work by Gao Although it is not part of the exhibition, it is currently exhibited in the Asian Art Gallery here at the museum. The painting depicts mountains Jing and Zhao, which is popular painting theme and travel destination for 17th and 18th century scholars. Gao made this scroll in 1745, 4 years before he left Yangzhou and moved back to his hometown in Shandong. Despite Gao being a native of Shandong, he was known as a Yangzhou school artist, along with other artists such as Jing Nong, Zheng Xie, and Li Shan, who were also active in 18th century Yangzhou. These are paintings by 2 other Yangzhou school artists, Zheng Xie and Li Shan, that are also in the exhibition. Yangzhou school artists were known for their idiosyncratic styles that stood in contrast to the orthodox school that dominated the Qing court in Beijing. Due to their unconventional styles, 19th century scholars therefore categorized them as the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. No fewer than 15 different artists have been identified as one of the 8 eccentrics. These Yangzhou artists came after Bada Shanren and Susan Tai, whose artistic styles influenced the Yangzhou school. Bada Shanren's Flower on the River is the centerpiece here of the exhibition. The exhibition also includes painting by Xu Wei and Chen. Gao practiced their style since his early years in Shandong. Their styles are particularly influential to Gao's flower and birds painting. Despite the fact that Gao is largely known as a Yangzhou school artist, the painting exhibited here at the Santa Barbara Art Museum was made in Shandong long before he moved to Yangzhou. What I am showing you here is an image of the complete scroll, with Gao Fenghan's own inscription at the end. According to his inscription, this painting was made in 1720, 17 years before his right hand was paralyzed and his relocation to Yangzhou. This scroll is a rare and valuable example to examine Gao Fenghan's early style in flower painting and works that he painted with his right hand. It features flowers in the snow, a theme that Gao painted before and after his disability. By focusing on the scroll, I will explore Gao's artistic development and interest in painting flowers in the snow. Now let's take a closer look at the scroll. It starts with leaves, possibly bamboo, outlined with freehand brushstrokes in light ink and splashed with green pigments. Some brushstrokes are darker and darker to highlight the tips of the leaves, tips of 2 of the leaves. Next to it is a rock with moss and the flower buds on top. Gao used thicker and wet brushstrokes to outline the rock, suggesting a different texture than plant or leaves. On top of the rock is moss, painted with dark and dry ink in the shape of small circles. Gao's inscription on this painting compares the moss to fish scales. The flowers are not very clear here, but you can still see the red lumps that suggest flower buds and the green stems below them. Moving on, there are flower blossoms that look like camellias. Flower petals are added only with red colors and without ink outlines. Dark ink only applied to the pistil in the center of the flowers and the center vines of round leaves. There is also a green color, very light, added to the leaves. Then a section of rock and moss. Gao used ink wash and texture strokes to capture uneven surfaces of the rock. He also added very light green and brown colors to the areas that are in the shade. The reappearance of tiny circles on the rock or moss, again painted with dark and dry ink. Moving to this section, we see the other half of the rock face and white plum blossom on top. The white plum blossom and its leaves are outlined with brushstrokes with light ink. There are also green dots lightly added to some of the leaves, and a few red camellias jump out among the plum blossoms. Next, we see a narcissus. The narcissus flower and its long, thin leaves are painted with free and unrestrained brushstrokes in light ink. Next to the narcissus is more rock. The rock is outlined with heavy strokes added with freehand ink wash, texture strokes, and sun colors, notably green and sun brown. And again, moss in the shape of round circles grow freely on the rock. The end of the painting is a bamboo painted with scattered and broken brushstrokes, which suggest the bamboo leaves are damaged and covered by snow. To create the snow scene, Gao used minimum colors and the freehand brushwork. He added washes of ink to the whole background and left empty space around the plants and rocks to suggest they are covered in snow. At the end of the scroll, there is Gao's inscription, which is not on display in the exhibition. The inscription reads, "Ancient moss embroidered with fish scale, vast sky filled with bright flakes, bird traces written on snow, half gone when the wind blows." In the Gensi year of the Kangxi reign, as a guest in Anqiu, painted and inscribed with an old poem for consultation with brother Hen Shan, signed by Nancun Gao Han. Gao dated this in 1720 when he was visiting Anqiu, a city in Shandong. What brought Gao to Anqiu was related to civil service examination in Shandong. Beginning 1701, when he was 18 years old, Gao had been taking civil service examinations at the provincial level, which were held in Jinan every 3 years. At age 37 years old, he had yet to pass the examination. Here is a map of Shandong province to give you a better sense of the distance between Gao's hometown, Jiaozhou, and provincial capital, Jinan. From 1701 to 1728, Gao participated in taking civil service examinations and traveled to Jinan every 3 years. During those years, he got to meet several influential families and intellectual communities in different cities on the way to and from Jinan. Later, he got to stay with them when he traveled. Anqiu thus became a place he often visited and stayed. Based on other records, Gao visited Anqiu in early 1720 on his way back to Jiaozhou after he again failed the civil service examination. He stayed with the Cao family while in Anqiu. The brother Hen Shan that Gao referred to in his inscription is Cao Han, who was the closest member of the Cao family to Gao. Like Gao, Cao Han was also preparing for the civil service examination at the time. They often exchanged poems and ideas. Gao also wrote several poems that talked about their friendship. this scroll is another example demonstration of layered friendship. After failing the exam, Gao came to Anzhou for Cao Han's support. Gao wrote an old poem on the scroll, likely one that he had composed earlier, adding that he asked for Cao Han's advice or consolation. Gao painted this painting based on the content of the poem. After knowing the background of this painting, let's now examine Gao's poem. If you read the poem carefully, you can see that Gao did not mention anything about flowers in his inscription, even though the painting depicts flowers in the snow. In his poem, he only described snow, snow on moss, snowflakes in the sky, and the patterns on fallen snow created by birds and the wind. So what triggered Gao to depict snow scenes after failing the civil service examination? And what roles does snow play here? Is it merely a naturalistic painting that features a scene with flowers in the snow that Gao saw in early 1720? To answer these questions, we can find a clue in the third line of Gao's poem, 雪上鸟迹书, bird traces written on snow. Bird traces written on snow actually comes from Suchi's famous lines. Do you know what it's like? Human life everywhere? It must be like a wild goose flying, then treating slush of melting snow. By chance, is the slush, it will leave the marks of its claws. Then it flies off. How can we tell whether eastward or westward? Shou-chih expressed his sorrow in life. Human beings is like a goose flying around that is only able to leave traces on snow, which are easily erased. Shou-chih suffered at the Crow Terrace poetry trial, an unjust accusation of treason in 1079, in which he was convicted, jailed, and exiled. Shou-chih's poetic lines and experience resonated with many intellectuals who came after him and who suffered similar difficult situations in their lives. Gao Fenghan had failed the civil service examinations several times. 18 years of studying and preparing for the exams, of anxiety and anticipation, 18 years of failure. Feeling frustrated and seeking solace on his way home, he came to stay with his friend Cao Han in Anzhou. There, on a snowy day in 1720, he created a scroll that includes reference to Shou-chih's poetry, to snow and the fleetingness. Gao Fenghan was a big fan of Shou-chih before and after his paralysis. He was familiar with Shou-chih's poetry and literature due to his interaction with local intellectuals in Shandong. Gao's flower scroll that is exhibited here at Santa Barbara Art Museum is an example. In addition to this, Gao also practiced Shou-chih's calligraphy style in his early years in Shandong. For example, in an album leaf dated 1723, Gao's inscription is written in Shou-chih's style. Gao also explicitly stated in the text, inscribed this verse in the calligraphic style of Dongpo, Shou-chih's style name. The characters of the inscription features a short and fat structure, which is a hallmark of Shou-chih's calligraphy. Gao's brushstrokes contain similar elements of Shou-chih's returning home, with elongated left downward, right downward, and the vertical strokes, thickened left downward strokes to the buttons, and hook strokes that move in a horizontal direction. Gao also made an inkstone based on one of Shou-chi's inkstones. This is the rubbing of Gao's inkstone. The back of the inkstone that you see here bears Gao's inscription that is written in Shou-chi's style. Shou-chi's art and literature continued to be influential for Gao, especially after 1737 when he was dismissed from a government position and lost the ability of his right hand. In a short introductory note to Gao's poetry collection of Goose Snow, Gao explained why he wrote and selected his poems from 1737 to 1739 and named them together after the Shou-chi reference. Gao's note reads, "Since I was dismissed from my job in the Dingsi and Xu-wu year, traces of my guest have become rusty. Sorrow and astonishment have been accompanying me. Facing the charge to defend myself, I have to rely on medicine to live. The journey I went through is blurred, as if in a dreamland. This Yi-wei year, things are finally settling down, and my illness is getting better. I had a few outings and felt joy coming back to my life. Although there are cloudy mountains and smoky rivers, I can only be wailing here with my broken wing. My footprints on the snow and the tracks in the mud will be the one trace that remains of these times. I have collected all the poems that I have made after moving to the south and named them together as Goose Snow." Gao's preface to the collection of Goose Snows states directly that the term Goose Snow came from Shou-chi's. Gao's preface reads, "With great and far-reaching ambition, I left the mountain and took up an official post. Suddenly, my great and far-reaching ambition became like small grass, and my efforts are like cattle and horses laboring on rivers to no avail. Every time I recall Sloan Paul's words on goose claws, on mud and snow, I can't help sighing with feeling." Having been wrongly accused and punished, Gao found his experience similar to that of Shou-chi. Thus, Gao adopted Shou-chi's well-known phrase and described his efforts as goose claw tracks on snow, insignificant and easy to erase. Gao not only referenced Shou-chi's imagery in Gao's Flowers scroll from 1720 and in the title of his later poetry collection of Goose Snow, compiled in 1739, but also in the work that Gao made after he left Yangzhou and moved back to Shandong in 1742. This painting and the calligraphy scroll from 1742 was made in the first year that he moved back to Shandong, when he suffered from illness and poverty. The scroll starts with a rock that bears 3 characters, Hong, Zha, Hen, traces of goose claws. The characters are written in a rare style. All the strokes are hollow and written with contour lines. They connect with each other and turn softly like flying ribbons. Gao did not explain the meaning of these characters in his inscription to the scroll. But by connecting this image to other Gao's works, we can see clearly the connection, and this is another creation based on Shou-chi's phrase. Knowing that Gao was fond of Shou-chi's snow imagery and often adopted this imagery in his work, we can now return to Gao's Flowers scroll that he made in an early stage of his artistic life. While we don't see clear bird tracks in the snow in this painting, the reference to snow and the bird traces in Gao's inscription connects the scroll to Suchi's poem and link Gao's own experience of adversity with Suchi's. Other flower paintings also demonstrate Gao's life circumstances and aesthetics. Gao painted flowers in wind and snow after he became disabled. These two leaves are from the album In Wind and Snow, which was made in 1737, about 6 months after Gao became disabled, and about 5 months after he started to practice art with his non-dominant hand. The one on the right features a chrysanthemum plant broken by gusts of wind. In the inscription, he writes that he experienced sadness at the brokenness of the delicate flower. The one on the left features a flower plant in the snow. I want to examine the painting on the left in more detail. On this album leaf, Gao's inscription reads, "In painting snow, a buried, airy, brittle quality is best. This is how I wish to capture the feeling of snow." Then Gao states that he painted this picture and inscribed the calligraphy with his left hand. Gao also dated the year Ding Si, 1737, at the bottom left of the album leaf and stamped his seal left hand. Together, they emphasize Gao's artistic transition caused by his disability that occurred in 1737. In this painting, there are vague images of branches or stems, and some red colors that suggest fall leaves that might have fallen on the ground or on rocks. Due to the instability of his left hand at this stage, his brushstrokes are shaky and broken. You can see this clearly in the outlines of the rock and the textural strokes on the rock. Gao's ink wash in the background also looks uneven and scattered. But according to his inscription, this buried, airy, brittle quality is what he viewed as best in painting and capturing the feeling of snow. If we compare the album leaf with the painting scroll, both depicting flowers in the snow, we can clearly see that Gao's artistic development changed after his disability. His brushwork might seem unrestrained and spontaneous in the flowers scroll on the right, but it is still meticulous and delicate compared to his later album leaf that he created with his left hand. On the left, see also Gao's calligraphy. His right-handed characters have a slender structure and are written with a fluent pace, while his left-handed characters show shorter, heavier structures written with broken and shaky strokes and in columns that are not centered but shift left and right. However, these paintings share some similarity in painting techniques. For example, both have bold contour lines of rock, straight upward texture strokes that shape rock surfaces, and ink wash in the background with empty space around flowers and rocks to suggest snow scenery. The difference is that in his later work, Gao no longer used the lighter ink tone to create an even background, but used heavier ink colors to create a stronger and bolder contrast between the snow and the rock or plants. Layer differences, the different style and the depiction also suggest the snow scenes were from different seasons. The right-handed painting was made in the early Genzi year. It is the snow in early spring, with only light snow gently touching and covering the flower plants and rocks. The left-handed painting is dated in the 12th lunar month of Dingsi year, in the late winter. It looks like the red leaves are damaged and scattered after a heavy snow and wind, with some snow remaining after other snow melted, thus created a blurry, messy scene. Gao painted these paintings after he experienced different life challenges, one after he failed the civil service examination again, the other after he was imprisoned and paralyzed. Perhaps these paintings can also suggest different stages of his life. In Gao's Flowers Grow, we see new growth in early spring, flowers emerging from snow. Some flowers are colorful and vibrant, attracting the viewer's attention more than the snowing desolation. They stand resilient in the face of impermanence. Despite Gao's frustration and the difficult season in his life, there is hope on the horizon. Gao is like these flowers in the snow, enduring harsh weather and challenges. Despite its title, the scroll does not simply depict flowers. Gao's inscription reminds us of Shou-chih and their shared frustration about being an intellectual in their times. Despite all the difficulties they encountered in their lives and their philosophy about the fleetingness of life, Shou-chih and Gao's art and literature are persevered and being passed down across the generation. Flower paintings are not simply made for natural appreciation or decoration. When discussing flower paintings by Yangzhou school artists, a stereotype is that they were only made for the consumer market and popular tastes. The examples I showed today demonstrate that Gao's intellectual ambition and artistic pursuits were also embedded in his flower paintings before and after his disability. Thank you. I hope this talk provides broader background and a new angle for you to view Gao's flower scroll, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
I don't know why Yun-chen suddenly make me very nostalgic. We can have a Taida reunion. 4 Taida graduate, Taida National Taiwan University, the Graduate Institute of Art History. You and Ying-chen, I and Shou-chih. Really well done. Provide really new perspective on this painting. It's actually very beautiful. Right? Our next speaker, Peng Ying-chen, Ying-chen Peng. I know her too well, so don't know where to start. She currently is an associate professor at the American University. She graduated from UCLA. I'm her mentor in 2014, almost 10 years. 10 years, yes. And before coming to UCLA, she has an MA from the Institute of Art History in National Taiwan University. Also worked as researcher in the National National Palace Museum, and also the Academic Seneca. And while at the UCLA working on her dissertation, she has a pre-doc at the Met. They really love her. I remember that. But she got a job in American University. So ever since, she's extremely productive. She has so many articles. And last year, she got her book published by Yale University Press, titled Art for Subversion, Empress Dowager Cixi's Image Making in Art. So this is on the dragon lady, who presided over Chinese political arena for half a century. Ying-chen also worked on related material. So now she's a specialist in late imperial and modern Chinese art history. And I recall she did an MA already ahead of everybody in ceramic in Okinawa. So it's already touched upon the Chinese ceramic porcelain's presence in the global context. So sure enough, she's working on 2 books now. I know one I just visited Amsterdam. It's about Chinese porcelain's influence on shaping modern connoisseurship in Europe and the United States. So it's a global scope. She's also completing her 2nd book on the gender history of women's genes in East Asia. That sounds really interesting. Okay, so that's sure. She's going to talk about bird and flower painting and the Empress Dowager Cixi. All right, let's welcome Ying-chen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for Hui-shu's generous introduction. And let me continue Yun-chen's sense of honor to be here on the same stage with my mentor, Hui-shu and Peter, and our mentor's mentor, Professor Barnhart. And I also want to thank Susan for your kind invitation and the hard work on getting us all here together on this sunny Saturday. And let me begin. Oh, no, before that, something very important. Let me set a timer, a 30 minutes timer, so we can all get out of here on time. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, so like Hui-shu, I dedicate my research on recovering women's agency in Chinese art. So for today's lecture series, so far we have been observing male artists and their flower and bird paintings. So as the last speaker for today's series, I want to sort of change topic a little bit to look at the other half of the population and also to introduce another way of seeing, to explore how images of flower and bird can be a woman's tool for asserting female agency. So today, my heroine is Empress Dowager Cixi, and the title is Her Flower and Bird Universe. Okay, so who is Cixi, and why does she matter for today's lecture series? Here is a photograph of Empress Dowager Cixi that was taken in 1903. I'll let her tell you who she is. Let's take a look at this photograph together. First, we know she tells us that she's Manchu. I like to use my own pointer. Okay. She tells us that she's a Manchu by ethnicity because of her qi-tou hairstyle, hairdo, and the unique one robe, long gown that Manchu women wore. And number 2, she tells us that she is the most important and powerful figure in Qing, late Qing China. So here the banner in Mandarin Chinese reads, 大清国当今圣母皇太后万岁万岁万岁万万岁 Long live the current Empress Dowager of the Great Qing Empire. But indeed, Empress Dowager Cixi was the most important political figure in late Qing China to early modern times. As you can see here, she was born in 1835, and she ruled China for 5 decades. And her 5-decade regency can be broken into 3 stages. Number 1, the first one, she was the regent for her own son, the Tongzhi Emperor. And then the second regency, which was the first part of regency for her nephew, the Guangxi Emperor. And then the third regency was also for the Guangxi Emperor, and it lasted until their death. So Guangxi died 3 days before her. China encountered a lot of foreign challenges in the second half of the 19th century. But during Cixi's regency, somehow she managed to, pull China together, and even started a series of reform that paved the way for later and more radical reform that brought China into modernity. And of course, scholars have different opinions on, whether she did a good job on this. But today, I want to look at a different aspect of her. So now, let's take a look at what she wants to tell us about her, and that's related to today's topic. First, let's take a look at her face. It's heavily retouched. It's probably one of the best retouching technology before the invention of Photoshop, because by the time when this photograph was taken, she was almost 70 years old. But you don't see any wrinkle. It's wrinkleless, very smooth, all right? And also, let's take a look at the things surrounding her. The flamboyant peacock and the luxuriously embroidered dress and the heavily decorated headgear. These are all clues telling us how much she cared about the beautiful things. And this passion for beauty also extends to something beyond her body. Now we know that Cixi was actually not only a politician, she was also the most important patron of Qing court art during her regency. And she herself was also an enthusiastic practitioner of painting and calligraphy. So this is one of the rare examples of Cixi's own drawings. And it's very rare in another sense, because as you can see here, the painting is done by her, but then it also gives her tutor's remarks. So let's take a look at it together. This painting is undated. We don't know when she drew it, so that tells you it's probably something that was really informal, a practice, a communication between her and her mentor. And here she assembled 3 motifs: chrysanthemum, smart weed, and a mantis. Okay. And for these 3 motifs, we can see that she is definitely more than an amateur. She can paint, indeed. And the composition is also quite interesting. Our insect, the mantis, stands in the middle with very strong and aggressive front legs, clawing forward, leading our gaze together with a smart weed all the way up to her imposing seal to claim her authorship. This is her seal that is often sealed in the middle of the paintings attributed to her. And she also inscribed the 3 motifs that she practiced here. And of course, we can see some, caution or uncertainty in the brushwork. You can see the traces of outline around here, okay? But still, the gradation of ink on the leaves, and also the portrayal of the mantis here looks quite, seasoned. So that tells you that it was not an early phase of her practice, painting practice. And what is quite interesting here is a comment written by her mentor. So let's take a look at here. So overall, this is a comment from her mentor. It says, the ink, overflow of the ink is pretty nice. It's got good points. It's represented by the red circles here, highlighting where the mentor think, she did a good job. And also this character, hao, means good. But still, it's not only about compliment. The mentor also did a good job in, telling Cixi where to improve. So you have a cross here, 缺一页, missing a leaf. And this is quite interesting interaction between the most powerful woman and her painting teacher. You have to imagine how careful the painting tutor had, had to do before she laid, she put down her comments, right? Because she was instructing the most powerful person in the empire. But the fact that you see some praises and some comments here also shows you how serious Cixi was. She was not just to paint and to show how good she was. She was really pursuing improvement. And she was open-minded enough to take comments from her teacher. So I feel that Cixi had a positive attitude toward art making. It was something more than a strategic tool for her to achieve certain goals. We don't know much about Cixi's education and personal background. We only know that Cixi entered the inner court when she was 16 years old. But there was a quite interesting incident about her relationship with art. We know that after 4 years of being in the court, she sort of managed to understand what her emperor liked. And her spouse, the Xianfeng Emperor, was an amateur art lover and a painter, also a connoisseur of theater. And in the 5th year after Cixi entered the court, there was this interesting record from the imperial workshop. The emperor asked the eunuch to mount a painting, and that painting was painted by Cixi. So apparently, Cixi utilized her painting skill to please the emperor. And it certainly paid off, because the year after that record, their own son, who was to become Emperor Tongzhi, was born. But of course, this is the single record of Cixi's early practice in painting. We don't see it emerging again until she became an Empress Dowager and secured her place in the court. But I feel that early on, painting was probably something that she had to use to please Xianfeng. But in later days, as we're going to see, she became really passionate about making painting herself and also using painting for her image-making projects. And as for the kind of painting Cixi painted, just like what you see here, most of the paintings she produced were flower and bird paintings. And in terms of style, we all learned greatly from the speakers before me. So we know that what she adopted was actually a combination of two kinds of flower and birds painting that the speakers before me introduced. So, of course, I mean, the earliest phase, just like what Professor Barnhart had introduced, even before the peeling school, you have these majority of painters who used very detail-oriented method to portray the flowers and birds realistically. And here we have a painting in the Song Dynasty for your reference. As you can see here, the painter really incorporated different moments of the life of a flower blossom, a lotus blossom. So you can see that it seems to be a moment of its prime, but it also incorporates something slightly past the prime. So you have some petals falling, almost falling off, and also the emergence of the lotus fruit. But then if that's one end of the spectrum, on the other end of the spectrum is the highly expressive brushwork of the boneless method. This is a detail from our masterpiece of the show, Bada Shanren's work. And what Cixi learned was actually a new painting style that incorporated the best of the two methods that was invented by the early Qing painter Yun-chen. We also have 3 leaves on display here. And I really love how the exhibition is organized because his 3 album leaves are on the wall. And then in front of it, in front of these 3 leaves, we have a case showing his daughter Yun-bing's hand scroll. So I highly recommend comparing the father and daughter's works all together. But anyway, here the important point is that the early Qing painter Yun-chen, he combined both methods. He still retained that kind of expressiveness that is seen on the Mogu technique, exemplified by Bada Shanren and also early on Professor Yan's talk on Shu-wei. But what he did was to reserve a little bit and also use the colored ink directly without tracing, and also gave attention to the appearance of all these plants, flowers, and insects. And this balanced method quickly became popular. So we call these kind of paintings, we usually call them like the Changzhou school. Changzhou school. And as you can see, Cixi also preferred to paint in this style. And this is the ink practice. And the majority of her painting also are executed in the same style, the Changzhou school. But when we delve deeper into paintings attributed to Cixi, here comes a big problem. The number is just enormous. If we only look at the biggest collection that houses Cixi's paintings, which is the Palace Museum in Beijing, guess how many paintings we have? We have more than 500 under her name. Not to mention other paintings scattering around the world. So very naturally, you can imagine that she did not paint them all. And indeed, we can roughly divide these more than 500 paintings into 2 groups. The one to your left here exemplifies the first group. That is those paintings achieving high aesthetic standard, looks very professional. And the other group, which is shown here, looks a little bit different. There is a distinction in terms of the quality. For example, here you can see that the painter is very bold. She uses ink to paint the leaves of one of the peony, but then the gradation of the ink and the shape of the leaves looks a little bit, unsure, and also it sort of overshadows the flowers, which is against our common sense of appreciating, the beauty of flower, right? So in general, scholars agree that the second group, which is much, much smaller in number, they were probably painted by Cixi personally. And the majority of them, which belong to the first group, in better condition and also in higher higher quality, were painted by her ghost painters. And in terms of her ghost painters, most of them were male court painters. But she also hired professional women painters to paint for her. And that's what I will be talking about in the next slide. But before moving on, it's important to point out that Cixi actually took ownership of all these several hundred paintings. These paintings were all in a highly standard format, style, and composition. As you can see here, if you compare these two paintings, then very clearly you can see that, first of all, they're both paintings of peony branches, usually like 2 or 3 blossoms together. And then you have the imposing seal of our Empress Dowager and her signature, date. Okay, this one happens to be on the right, and this one on the other side. And there's also a short poem inscribed by her official scholars. Okay. And in terms of mounting, these paintings are very unusual. As you can see here, the color of silk used to mount these paintings are usually in unconventionally vivid red, blue, or green. Again, this is against the common practice in Chinese tradition, where you have these mountings in much darker tone or lighter tone, but definitely not something as striking as this. And for these paintings, Cixi did not, just keep them in her own palace, which was probably what Emperor Qianlong had done. We learned it from Professor Little's talk earlier, right? He also painted, but he didn't really give out his paintings that much. But for Cixi, the priority for her to make all these paintings was actually to gift out as imperial favors. So that's why you have these big numbers, and you have a lot of them around the world, because she actually mass-produced these paintings and gave out not only as a kind of imperial favor, but also as a kind of alternative presence of her person. Because after all, Cixi was a woman. She ruled behind the curtain. So how do you make your persona known to a wider public, right? Because there's just only this very small number of people that could be in direct contact with her. So if you want to, project certain image, you have to be creative. And for Cixi, her creative method was actually to use painting as a strategy, because usually these paintings were gifted to her subjects, like high officials. And the sense of honor was, of course, the first reaction the recipients would have, right? And then these humble recipients would be very proud of these imperial favors. And then when they display these paintings to their own guests, they would deliver that sense of generosity he had experienced at court. So that's the first layer. And the second layer of image making here is that the Empress Dowager proved that she could paint. She was a refined person, and she is a cultured ruler. So all these together became a very effective tool of promoting this cultured image of a female ruler. Okay. And like I said earlier, because Cixi was a woman, So the presence of men was highly limited in her court. If she wanted to learn painting, then the common practice was to hire a mentor, right, or a tutor from the painting academy. But that was not something she could do because all the court painters in the Qing dynasty were men. So she did a very revolutionary thing that was to recruit, to hire 3 women painters, all professional painters from southern China to serve in the court. That was for the first time professional women artists were recognized, and they even received official titles in the court. And although only one stayed, still, this is something really remarkable. And here, what you see are the 2 paintings of the one that Cixi favored and granted her with a lot of stipends and very high official rank. Her name is Miao Jiahui, as you can see here, her signature. Miao Jiahui is a painter from Yunnan province. And like you can see here, she also painted in the style of Changzhou school that Yun Shouping had created. But what is very interesting is that she did not make different differentiate paintings in the court and outside of the court. So you can also see that's probably a kind of favor that she received from Cixi. And the round fan painting here was painted in the court. And the one to your right was painted in 1904, but it was a gift, like a commission she received. Because at that time, when she was in Beijing, since she received so many favors from Cixi, she also became a celebrity painter whose works were highly on demand. And that kind of patronage from Cixi also helped her establish a very successful career in the capital, Beijing. So if Cixi channeled her support for art to her art, love for art to supporting women artists, then here there is another very important case of Cixi's art patronage. What you see here are 2 examples of the legendary woman embroidery artist, Shen Shou. Shen Shou, quite interestingly, also a native of Changzhou. She grew up in a family workshop doing embroidery and was very talented from early on. And in 1903, her husband had this great idea of sending her wife's embroidered panels to the court to celebrate Empress Dowager Cixi's 70th birthday. And this strategy certainly worked. Cixi was very, very impressed with Shen Shou's needlework. She summoned her, and not only summoned her, Cixi just sent Shen Shou to Japan to learn how Japanese government modernized the embroidery industry in that country. So you can see this is, again, something really unusual. Cixi recruited a woman and appointed her with this important job of learning something from abroad. After Shen Shou returned, Cixi again appointed her as the general coach for the state embroidery school. And Shen Shou developed a new technique that is called lifelike embroidery. The screen here, I have a detail showing you how different it is compared to the one to your left, which is the traditional needlework. As you can see here, the new way of embroidering is changed. It is no longer straight and short. It's a little bit longer and uneven, and that helps create sense of depth and to create the texture of oil painting. And this lifelike embroidery would become the foundation of modern Chinese embroidery. And it all happened because of Cixi's patronage on Shen Shou's work. So of course, Cixi's love for art made her a practitioner of painting and a patron of women artists. But she was certainly not satisfied with that. She wanted to be surrounded by things beautiful. So she created a universe of beautiful flowers and bird. Flower and bird universe. On your top left is a part of Yun Bing's work, The 100 Flowers, to show you some of the important motifs that had long been in the tradition of flower and bird paintings, but gained new life because of Cixi's patronage. And she chose these paintings for particular reasons. The first kind of motif that is shown here is hydrangea, as you can see here. So hydrangea is a common flower for late spring and early summer, but it did not really occupy an important role in the symbolism of Chinese flower paintings. But somehow it became very, very popular in Cixi's court. As you can see here, she had her craftsmen designed a costume embroidered with hydrangea. And she even commissioned a group of porcelain to celebrate her 40-year birthday. This group of porcelain is called Da Ya Zhai. We are very fortunate that in the collection of the Palace Museum, Beijing, we have both the design drawings and the porcelains all together to be paired. So what you see here is the drawing of the design with the red tag on, which is the number of design. There were 26 of them, 26 designs. And you also have the detailed instructions on how many of these objects should be made and their measurement. And for this one, number 3, we can see the appearance of the of hydrangea here. So Cixi did not pick hydrangea just because it's beautiful. It's also because of the shape of hydrangea. It's a cluster of blossoms, very large, right? And that had a lot to do with the dress code for Chinese women at that time, because usually if you're married, if you're a senior woman, or if you're widowed, then you can't wear bright colors. You have to wear dark colors like dark brown, dark blue, or dark gray. And those were not her favorite colors. But, as the queen mother of the state, she had to follow the rule. So she developed a workaround. That is to cover the base color with a lot of colorful patterns. So hydrangea became an ideal choice because of its large shape and bright colors. So they appeared frequently on Cixi's outfit, and also she extended that to the objects that she used. By the same logic, another minor flower in Yun Bing's 100 Flower Scroll, wisteria, as you can see here, also became a favorite for Cixi. This is also in the middle. This is another jar from the Da Ya Zhai porcelain, and you can see the hydrangea here. The wisteria here. And this one, the photograph I showed earlier, also shows you Cixi in a robe decorated with the embroidered wisteria. And it's important to note how much she likes this flower, because this photograph was actually a state gift Cixi gave to an American woman, Sarah Conger. Her husband, Edward Conger, was the minister to China from 1901 to 1904. And it was also because of this unique friendship between Sarah Conger and Cixi that prompted Cixi to participate in St. Louis World Expo in 1904, which is something I'm going to talk about shortly. So for a very important photograph of her, as a state gift to a foreigner, Cixi chose this one of her in a embroidered robe of wisteria. This fact tells you how much she was in love with this kind of large blossoms that help her cover, the colors that she did not like. Okay. So, of course, being surrounded by these things beautiful was very important for Cixi. But she was also a ruler. She had to maintain, that serious side of her as a politician, as someone who could rule, as someone who was a part of the Qing imperial family. So here we are looking at another important strategy of how Cixi used flower and bird painting for her image making. And this is really a unique case. To your right is the original painting attributed to Southern Song painter Tang Zhengzhong. But in actuality, from the composition, the dance composition, and the brushwork, it can only go as far as late 18th century. But somehow, when he entered the imperial collection and documented in the third volume of the Qianlong catalog, it was attributed to Tang Zhengzhong. But anyway, that's not important. It was a nameless painting in the third volume of the Qianlong catalog. But somehow, Xianfeng Emperor, Cixi's husband, encountered this painting one day and appreciated it so much that he gave this nameless painting the title, The Fragrant Dream of Luofu, as you can see here, and then sent it back to the storage. That was probably the only presence of this painting ever since, until Cixi pulled it out again in 1889. So this painting to your left was Cixi's tracing copy of the original. You must wonder why, right? Why this painting? Why now? And they have everything to do with her image making, because the timing is important. Early on, when I talked about Cixi's regency, I mentioned that it's broken into three stages, right? This painting was actually done toward the end of her second regency. At that time, her nephew, Emperor Guangxu, was already ruling by himself, so she had to retire, right? But she was not really happy about being forced to retire. She wanted everyone to remember that she was still a part of the imperial family. So this is what she did. She pulled out her dear husband's painting, made a tracing copy, and then gifted both the original and her copy to the most prominent and eminent official in her court, Pan Zuying. It's a very clever act because Pan Zuying is the most important connoisseur. His home was always gathered with a lot of friends and officials. So by giving out the original painting appreciated by Xianfeng and her tracing copy, she was making a big statement of asking these high officials to remember that, hey, now I'm in the back seat, but you have to remember who I am. I am still a part of this family. And this is not the only case of her stating her role and her identity through giving out or creating painting. This is the second example of her strategy. As you can see here, to your left, again, is the painting that she painted, but this time not in brush. The one to your left is actually both of them are painted with her fingers and fingernails. So this is called finger painting. That was very popular among Manchu painters, and an early promoter of this unique painting method was the early patriarch of the Qing Empire, the Shou-chih emperor. So for Manchu painters, when they did this kind of paintings, it is usually a timing for them to sort of make association with their Manchu identity. So very clearly, Cixi was also making this statement of her Manchu identity. And to your left, not only the painting method that she chose is related to her Manchu identity, the subject matter is also quite interesting. And it is something that Professor Yan mentioned earlier. What you see here is a Chinese parasol tree, or a wutong, and a phoenix here, okay? So in Professor Yan's talk, we learned that the combination of phoenix and wutong has a lot to do with politics, right? A sage ruler, this kind of phoenix appears when a sage ruler is ruling the country and attracting all those capable people to serve the country. So this motif of phoenix resting on a Chinese parasol tree became very popular during Cixi's regency, and it is also one of her favorite because it is a pictorial, recognition of her regency. And she wanted to promote this Manchu identity so much that she not only made painting, she also made this kind of unique copies. This painting to your right is actually not a painting, it is a cinnabar rubbing. So the way how it works is that Cixi created the finger painting, the original finger painting, and ordered it to be transformed into onto a stone slab, and then the court craftsmen would use cinnabar to make rubbings. And these kind of rubbings were gifted out during New Year's time as imperial gifts. And again, these it works similarly like other paintings to show her generosity, to show the cultural side of her, and most importantly, to show her Manchu identity. But I want to stay on the motif of phoenix a little bit more. What you see here on the right is an oil portrait of Cixi painted by Catherine Carl. She was introduced by Sarah Conger to paint for Cixi in 1903 to 1904. Carl is a professional portrait painter, but her skill is relatively limited. And that somehow became something that Cixi could manipulate. So the result is that here, again, you have a very young Cixi at the age of 70, but she looks like in her early 40s or late 30s and looks very mild because Carl, as a portrait painter, she had to conform a lot of orders that came out from Cixi. And one of the orders from Cixi really troubled Carl. She complained that a lot in her memoir. She said one day when Empress Dowager said for her, she made this comment. She said, on the screen behind me, I want to have phoenix hovering above my head. And she was like, this is impossible. I don't know what a phoenix was. And then the Empress Dowager gave her a picture of the phoenix and ordered her to follow the comment. So this is what Carl finally managed to paint, like phoenix hovering above Cixi's head. And why did Cixi want it so much? That is because phoenix as a motif, it is often referred to female authority in the court, visual and material culture. So it has that feminine side of the symbolism. But on the other hand, like I said earlier, if combined with the Chinese parasol tree, it is also a symbol recognizing a capable ruler. So that's the masculine side of her. And this incorporation of masculine and feminine characteristics really was something that Cixi was looking for throughout her political career. So it's not a surprise that she would keep this motif alive in her environment and also in her artistic creations. And she loved it so much that she even brought it to architectural space. The one to your left is a paper model of her palace, Spring Palace, whose Chinese title is very long. It's called 天地一家春. That was part of the Yuanmingyuan Garden, the Garden of Perfect Brightness in a suburb of Beijing. It was burnt down during the Second Opium War, and Cixi always wanted to restore it. And they had an opportunity in 1870s, but the project fell apart. So the construction never finished. But we're very lucky that the paper models are still there. So what you see here on the screen is the entrance, the first layer of bay upon entrance to her palace. And here you can see that one of the partitions in the reception area has the same motif of a phoenix standing in front of Chinese parasol tree. And installing this particular motif in the reception area certainly is meaningful. It's meant to be seen. It's meant to remind everyone who visits the space that during her reign, she was a capable ruler. So that really tells you how clever Cixi was in using motifs of flower and bird to assert female agency. But the most striking example is to your right. This phoenix that had been flying, hovering above her head on her oil portrait, coming out from her fingertip, resting in her palace, finally stayed eternally in her mausoleum. What you see here is the slabstone on the Spirit Way leading toward Cixi's, the main structure of Cixi's tomb. As you can see here, we have a dragon for sure, but on top of that, you have a phoenix guiding the dragon. This is very unique. You have to know that this kind of slabstone in Chinese architecture plays a very important role. It is usually installed in the center of the staircase. I didn't have a picture of the staircase, entire staircase, but you can see the stairs on the side, right? This is because in ancient time, in the procession of an emperor, he usually, always sat in a sedan, right? So he was carried by people, and the carriers took the stair, and the emperors would be floating above these slabstone. I have one more slide, and I'm done. So that really shows you that Cixi really cemented her role in her tomb. So this is the last one, and to conclude, what we see here is that apparently flower and bird imageries can play many, many different roles for their creators and their users. In the case of Cixi, she not only painted flower and bird paintings, she also supported women painters who created these kinds of imageries, and she finally used these imageries to assert a very unique expression of female agency. So I invite all of us to look at these beautiful paintings beyond their beautiful service, because you will find the traces of persona and personal history, or even unique intention from some part of these images. So that's all for my lecture. Thank you for your patience.
I think we can stay for a few minutes. Or if you are still nurturing your thought, I'm happy to volunteer. Oh, there's a question already.
couple questions. I'm wondering if the, Losers, that beautiful branch, if it was painted from life. I know some things they did out of their imaginations, but is there documentation that they would be in front of the tree and paint that particular tree or that particular flower or?
Okay. I think I can answer the question. Anybody among the three speakers? Anybody want to? Okay. I think in general, there's Chinese has a practice called sketch from life, 写生. So supposedly, but I think it depends on which historical era. For example, in pre-14th century, probably closer to the more I call it the naturalism. Particularly like Emperor Hui-shu has been showing many times, a lot of records about how much attention he paid to observing, the actual objects, both flower and painting. And a lot of phoenix, he even pay attention to when the phoenix move around in the garden, would lift up the right or left, claw first, something like that, yeah. But the Chinese painting in general, not until the 20th century, the art school set the new, curriculum. They have the drawing class. And so that's a totally, kind of reform the whole system. But historical era, it depends which school. But like Changzhou School, been mentioned many times, also known as studying the nature. There's another school in the south called Lingnan School. They also pay great attention to study the actual object. But as you can see, Chinese painting style also a lot, just based on style. So a question asked earlier about Zhang Daqian, I actually know a little bit that Zhang Daqian, early times, this is the regarded probably the most prolific painter, the great master of the 20th century, who is was capable any style, any subject matter. But in his youth, he actually studied very hard of all different, classical master, all his teacher, and actually he also have teacher, and he also went all the way to Japan to study. So he has a base of foundation, and based on that, like his Lotus painting in the late time, it's actually, you see a lot of Xu-wei and Bada Shanren too. He shows great admiration. Then he was able to break free after the foundation. So study from the nature is one thing, and study from the style, different style of the classical master, that's another matter. So it is always kind of dual, shifting.
Actually, if I can ask one more, the hanging scrolls, the monumental hanging scrolls, did they paint them on the wall or did they paint them on tables like the horizontal scrolls?
That's again, there's a progression. Early times, a lot of mural paintings, and also according to the record, even in the palaces, the court painter work in the imperial temple, Taoist temple, Buddhist temple, and the imperial palace, and also imperial tomb, imperial mausoleum. But the post 12th century, 11th century, you see a lot of scroll paintings. So many of the extant cases, you have the seasonal panel, landscape, whatever. Now we might have only one or two. And you will read a lot of art historian probably will have observation, original kind of seasonal, panel, and some probably associated with the original, either mounted on the wall or coming from this mural painting. Right. Any other question? Otherwise, I do have a question for Yun-chen. The reading of by the way, I really love your paper. I think that's provide a wonderful perspective of reading Gao Feng Han. But in the poems in Liang Ji Shu, you translate as bird traces, birds, right? But I think Liang Ji Shu, other than allude to Shou-chih, his admiration to Shou-chih and lament of her life, like traces of bird crawl on the snow. I think Liang Ji Shu, considering Gao Fenghan invests so much in learning, classical learning, in the antiquarianism, and it's a Shandongese. So I think Liao Jishu probably another meaning is referring to Liao Chongshu, the bird script. And so it's kind of, bird script is a kind of, what do you call, based on the emblem of something, from the heaven, right? And so it's the birth script is actually a pre-Qin script. So it's an archaic form. So I think if you read to that dimension, probably, you kind of just enrich the his capacity. And I think Yulin, the fish scale, also have other meanings.
Meanings to that talk. And I think especially that because that is bird traces in the snow, so they have that stronger connection with Shou-chi's phrase. But you are right, I think there will be other connection, and they're going to be making it richer to study Gao's flowers, not only just flowers grow, but also has other meaning behind it. Yes, thank you.
But also among the Yangzhou, he's also known his ability in calligraphy and his learning. So I think that dimension is important, and considering that stage of his life,
right,
kept studying, right, hoping to pass the entrance exam.
Thank you.
Yeah. So so I don't know, your English translation might have to modify, maybe like traces of birth script or.
Right, for that I actually adopted the translation from the catalog for this. But I will revise that and add on more dedicated translation. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, there's one from the back.
Thanks. Regarding Gao Fenghang, I mean, obviously his later paintings reflect the impact of using his left hand. But do you think his style would have changed anyhow and become looser over time, or is it really just related to, the stroke or whatever happened?
Thank you for your question. I think probably both, because it's also his choice to relocate, to move to Yangzhou, and knowing that it's his second chance to have a second career as an artist, a professional artist in Yangzhou. And when he was in Taizhou, before his paralysis, before he left his position, so he was already familiar with the Yangzhou art circle. And I think after his disability, for him, there's no way to go back to be a government official. So where else he can be? And to Yangzhou, a place that art circle that value on traditional styles, and also for him to advertise himself as an artist with disability. A traditional Chinese literati, they paint and write with their right hand. So all the calligraphy strokes, all the orders, method were designed for right-handers. And so for him to advertise, you saw the paintings I showed that he, in addition to inscribe that he painted with his left hand, he also put down the date dated in 1737, 丁巳 year, the year that he became disabled, and also add on seal, left hand. And after 1737, he always make seal stamps and also statements on his works. So I think it's both, and I don't know, if not he didn't become disabled, if he will become eccentric artist like him, but it's likely, but we don't know. But I would say that is really, his active, his choice to relocate and to advertise himself as an artist with disability.
We have many graduate students from UCLA. Anybody want to ask a question? Including those talk in the morning? No? Yes. Shou-chih.
Hi, I do have a question for Yun-chen. Do you think the Cixi Empress Tower have any idea, or she she have certain model to do such arrangement. For example, many emperor, the male ruler before him, we learn from the earlier talk, Ming Xuanzong, Xuande Huangdi, and then Kangxi Yong-chen, Qianlong, particularly Qianlong, because the seal I did not notice before is almost in base model on Qianlong. So the painting, the calligraphy, the poetry, the porcelain, embroiderment, and 刻丝, etc., garden making, almost all the genre Cixi was trying to patronize and show she is the boss. We have the earlier model that male emperor were doing. And did Cixi mention any of them? Whatever she said.
Right. Great question. Thank you, Shou-chih. Yes. Cixi took Qianlong as her primary model. And she actually, she never stated it, but she took action. So we have a record of her asking, ordering the eunuchs to bring out Qianlong's calligraphy or painting for appreciation. And she even followed Qianlong's diet. So, of course, in every aspect, she tried to copy Qianlong. But after all, she was a woman. So you have tweaks here and there in areas that she did not touch, but also areas that she ventured further, such as taking photographs and mass-produce them to be seen by the subjects. That's definitely what Qianlong did not do. But in general, indeed, she did not invent all these strategies. She took a lot of inspirations from early emperors, especially Qianlong.
Because the seal is outrageously big. In the center of the composition. It looks like a, right, look at it. Thank you very much.
All right. Any more questions? Otherwise, I think Susan want to close it up. Well, thank you everybody's patience staying up to so late on Saturday.
Well, thank you. I basically
all right, thank you all
everybody.
speaker and all the participants.
All of us made it all possible, and Professor Barnhart, thank you so much for making the trip and leading the pack. Thank you.